Okay. Hello, YouTube. Welcome to Moshcraft Weekly Community Tournament number 102. We have a pretty stacked lineup today. Yanevsky, Ninjapang, Eurosmeister, Cyrus the Great, Schwas Necessary, Kepko, who's the champion of last week, Destiny's All, Rhinoshake, Sacra Blue, Axis Kilgore, Cintrian Lion, Beetlegruff, and R35. And so Todd saying hi to you too as well. We start as soon as Weeple tells me that I'm not waiting on them. In the next few minutes. Top 1 contender R35. Hey, you have a pretty good track record in this tournament. You afraid if he joins you automatically gets banned? Oh, then SY get banned. I see. I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you ban Syndicate against Gular? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start the tournament. It doesn't look like Weeple's gonna make it. Would have joined this week if I had procrastinated the entire week and left all workload for Sunday evening. Ah, that is the way. Okay, so Ranoshik, Sky Gallerio, and Ninjapang, you all get a bye this week. Congratulations. You've advanced to round 2. We're gonna have Beetlegruff versus Destiny is All, R35 versus Eurosmeister, Kepko versus Schwas Necessary, Cyrus versus Sacra Blue, Stintrian versus Yanevsky, and Ninjapang. Never mind. Ninjapang against no one. I think these are all very good matches. Beetle versus Destiny is cool. R35, Eurosmeister, Kepko was necessary. Cyrus, Sacra Blue. But I think we're going to watch Cintrian Lion versus Yanevsky. Just because I want to see what piles have been brought. That should be a cool matchup to watch. No worries, Weeple. We always enjoy watching you play, so if you needed a few minutes, I was gonna wait, but unfortunate. Let's take a look at the decks. Right. So here's Yanevsky. Yanevsky has brought Pastel Fury. We should see a lot of this, I think, this week. This is Pastel Fury. Whoa. Hold on. Never mind. The Hill, Sunset, Bran, Heatwave, Land of a Thousand Fables, Tier. So this is Sihil, Pastel Fury with Tier. And Bran as like the proactive points. Are there great swords? There are not. Instead, we have Bear Witchers. So this is going to be the main tier target. But we also have On-Crate Raiders and Pirate Ladies, I think is. I forget what their name is. But these are Pirate Warriors. These will go to 7 power in round 3. These will go to 8 power in round 3. So a lot of good bronzes. There's also Seagulls. And 2 Feral Bonds and 2 Primal Savageries. So we'll be interested to see if Yanevsky can make Sihil work. And then we have Simless, Shiru, Aithne, Cutest Dryad, Philavandrel, Brehen, garbage card. Oh, we got Brian, we got Buff, Milayan, Fian Boar, Double Rebuke, Double Harvest, Double Backup Plan, Double Circle of Life, and Double Miner, Double. Okay, so this is Devotion, Shiru, Aithne kind of list. Makes sense? Guerrilla Tactics to help set up Shiru. For NR, we have Shield Wall with and Sayas, Meave, Dandelion. So this is a... Looks like we got Sangreal as well, Frigate. So this is Shield Wall Swarm with Dandelion, Queen Meave, and there's a Black Rayla, there's an Anna, there's double Secret Service, and of course there's Baron for Talpanish. / reset. And then for Nilfgaard, Yanevsky has brought Golden Necker, Alzer. Is this an Albrecht deck? Yes. Golden Necker, Alzer, Albrecht. I think usually Alzer is used in round 1. Definitely you want to, like, often, I think this deck wants to use Golden Necker round 1. Because it really wants round control. And then if there's also an Alzer's Thunder. Yeah, I guess it's a spell. Makes sense. Diplo is not a spell though. We got Vikovar Novices, we got Couriers, we got Fisher King, all the standard stuff you see with Albrecht, and then the non-standard stuff is like the Alzer and... Is Rock Slide a spell? I didn't know. And then what did Cintrian bring? Oops. I better see a Tattering. So Cintrian brought Imprisonment with bonded cards. So this is a Gascon list. He brought Shoop Erendite with Red Sword. Okay, this is Cintrian's textbook, like, or classic Lippy Shoop deck. With where is it? Where's Flaminica? Isn't there a Flaminica in this list yet? Yes, there is. Tattering Syndicate, yep. And of course, Constructs Dwarves with Precision Strike. So let's take a look at the bans real quick. And it looks like Cintrian banned Yanevsky Guerrilla Tactics and Yanevsky banned Cintrian's Precision Strike. So no ST today from either player in this first series. Gonna be interesting. What are the players gonna pick? From Blue Coin, Cintrian might just go with his Skellige deck. I don't think we're gonna see Tattering Syndicate from Blue, but I could be wrong.
Snitches get stitches.
Evo Shiro banned is interesting because of this shit versus half of his deck. Yeah, maybe he just didn't want to do math. I banned Shiro because it's like playing against Shiro is like a lot of work. You gotta think about all the, like, at any moment you can goof and then you're getting clowned on by Shiro on live TV. You know? Feels bad. So Yanevsky mulligans the Imperial Golem. That's your summoning circle target. Yeah, Cintrian, as predicted, is playing Skellige. It's interesting though. I don't think I remember Giant Boar and Seagulls. But they're beasts, so maybe I just don't remember. How's Cintrian gonna play? Like, I've always wanted to learn how to beat this deck. So he's gonna open with Triss. Draws Corrupted Flaminica in hand. Okay, so his hand is pretty good. He wants to play Lippy. Like, he wants to, I think, play his Echo cards. Because I think you can play Erendite 3 times, right? So Yanevsky opens with Strays of Spala. I didn't see what he put back in the deck, but it makes sense to have Strays in this deck because there's a couple of cards that you don't want to have in your hand. So Sentry's just going to open with Shoop. And it's just Shoop 14. And he gets his Erendite ticking. Yanevsky responds with a Blightmaker, which... Wait a second. Check your opponent's deck links? Yeah, sure. Here's... Iris is playing in Sacra Blue. Okay, should be fixed now. Virus. Sorry about that. So Golden Ecker was played. Alzer also procs off of Summoning Circle. Created a Self Eater, which is not great. Cintrian Red Swords the Alzer. So now he has an Alzer. Does he have any spells in his deck that he can play? Not really. But he does stop. The Alzer still had a counter, so like when Rock Slide was played, it could have spawned something.
Got a challenge?
The music feels a little loud. I see.
Of course, as you wish, master.
So Albrecht being put on top again. It's now grown to 8. Cintrian is down like 7 points. Or 6 points. On 7. So he needs 8 points here to get ahead. This is 5. This is not enough tempo. You might have to leader. I'm not sure what this deck is supposed to do if it's losing on even. I don't think it's supposed to lose on even. He's playing Compass and he gets Kraken. Oh, because he already lippied. So you can Compass in round 1. Wow. This Kraken is a lot of points. Here comes Blightmaker, and he's actually going to have 2 units on either side of Summoning Circle. So the Summoning Circle is going to pull the Golem out soon. That puts Cintrian on a major timer. I think Seagull into Boar will be enough points, especially with Kraken coming over. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points being lost, and then like 5, that's 11, 13 coming out. Oh, this Dead Man's Tongue is going to be used to boost the Kraken, I bet. Yeah, Kraken's up to 9 now. Giant Boar comes out, and Cintrian is still ahead, but not by a lot. It's only a 4-point lead. Beckers will get Yanevsky ahead. He doesn't want to use his Dodric in round 1, it seems. He wants to save it for round 3. It's a lot more valuable when there's not a lot of cards in your hand in a future round, but... Cintrian is forced to play a 3-point Erendite and leader. Not the best situation to be in. He does, however, have Corrupted Flaminica. And he's getting his Erendite back, as well as Compass. Yeah, there's the Corrupted Flaminica. Round 1, 63 to 41. Yanevsky does keep leader though, so he has a lot of points. Will it be enough points to survive a Sentry in round 2 push? Erendite's only at 5. There's Compass. And there's Delirium. This is the second Delirium, which is going to give a legendary. Shoop is in deck though. So Sentry's going to mulligan Erendite, get Shoop. And Delirium creates either Donar or Svalbard, and Svalbard is 1 more point, not even. But it could be some points if Shoop does like a Shoop 13 or something. Shoop is Shoop? None of these are spells, right? And even the weather card does that get spells? I don't know. There's no Alzur value. It's just Red Sword will play for 10 points. If this had 1 more health, Centurion could have Reckless Flurry to spawn a Abomination or whatever.
I like you whether you like us or not.
But he couldn't. And here comes Snowdrop now for Yanevsky. Hey, Senox.
If it's peace you desire, prepare for war.
It's kind of a crazy game. And we see leader used as well at the same in the same turn. And this makes it very difficult for Centurion to get ahead now. I mean, Shoop would have to do. Shoop is 14 and then 4. I guess he can get ahead, but there's like no reason to, right? Because Yanevsky could just play Sirinova or literally anything and get the card back. So Centurion has Compass and Erendite in deck. And he has Shoop in hand. And he got his Red Sword again. Right. Because it didn't have Doom. Because it was put in deck using Lippy.
There's nothing worse than a tepid back.
Mage Assassin opener. Can't feel great for Yanevsky, but at the same time, this protects him from like Shoop Yoink or Shoop Steel. And Centurion can't open Erendite, so he's probably just going to have to play Compass into, I don't know. Well, he's going to save Compass for Fukusia, right? No. Yeah, Compass, Fukusia, Flaminica, I guess, is going to have to be the play. The 30-point Flaminica is a great Flaminica. And we don't have to damage Yen, but we do have a Village Ports. So there goes the Flaminica. That was, since Yanevsky had last night, that was going to happen regardless. But I guess Erendite would play for 7 if you use it now because it would deny rain.
You're a fan of my
There's Alzur.
Ardently so.
Here comes a Guara. Might as well play it. I mean, there's no spells, but there's no harm in locking it. So, Centurion wants to play Destroy Random. That's why he eliminated every unit. And it's going to be a problem because...
Pick up when I'm done with you.
Wait. Oh, there's no ally. Right, Yanevsky is willing to lose this to Shoop Destroy Random. Like, he knew it would die anyway, so instead of playing Zarth, he plays Yen first. Centurion's gonna play Shoop 10-4, right? And then Yanevsky won't have enough points to get ahead. I think Centurion has this. It's interesting there's no Rune Mage in this deck either. It's just... He plays 10-4 this way. That's 1 more point than what I thought. Yeah, there it is.
Or frost, perhaps.
I mean, again, if... Yanevsky's points were going to be the same no matter what. Because if he played Zarth first, Centurion was just going to say destroy it. Shoop transform. Yeah, Shoop transform was a play, but he didn't need to. He knew he would win regardless. So Centurion goes up 1-0. He gets his Skellige through. Yanevsky's NG did not get through yet. What are we going to see in game 2? So red coins, Centurion can play Nilfgaard or Line Pockets. So this is his Nilfgaard deck. It's a Gascon reveal deck, I guess. The idea is to grow Gascon and then you reveal it with Yen and Zarth and that stuff instead of Aldrich. There's even a Sweers. But I predict we'll see the Syndicate Tattering deck instead. We got some Street Urchins, some Specials, some Highwaymen with the thinning. We got 2 Paydays, we got Mercenary Contract, Tavern Brawl.
There'll be nothing to pick up when I'm done with
And
you.
a Cleaver. Cleaver and Tattering are the main source of points. And in fact, it is that what we see. We see Tattering Syndicate for Centurion, and he has Novigrad in hand. It'll be interesting to see if he commits it round 1 or if he saves it for round 2. On the other side, we have Yanevsky playing Sihil Warriors. So Sihil versus Tattering. Did you think when you woke up this morning that's what you were gonna see? A deck that needs 1 power units versus a deck that has only 1 power units. Absolutely scripted stuff. Yeah, Centurion's a very creative and also a good player. That's a very good combination to watch. So Yanevsky's gonna have to put up a few. Puts up 2 Sirens round 1, saves the last charge, doesn't want to pull leader yet. He has to do this round because Sihil has initiative. So next turn, Yanevsky's gonna play Oniromancy into Sihil into Highland Warlord. Centurion could drop a candle and boost these 2 cards, but it might be kind of a futile effort when you're playing a deck with a lot of 1 power cards. You might just decide you're gonna let the Sihil grow. Okay, so Centurion does play Candle and boost both with the Sirens. Yanevsky says, no Candle for you. Immediately he waves it. And then full leaders to try and make sure that he has targets for Sihil. Who gives Mercenary Contract for a Caravan Vanguard?
From white sands to snows.
So Oniromancy into Land of 1,000 Fables into Sihil. Makes sense. There's no other use for land other than Oniro and Sihil, so you might as well spin that too while you're here. And into Highland Warlord as predicted. Centurion actually has a 2nd Vanguard in hand, but he played Mercenary Contract for 1. So Yanevsky might think that the 2nd Vanguard's not in hand. He might play a Seagull and try to ping the Highwayman. If he does, then Centurion will be happy because then the pings from Seagull would be wasted. Game got cancelled. Usually you'll get another invite. Did you get defaulted a win R35 that you don't are looking for opponent? Okay, so do you get could your score be 0-0? I can reset your match, heroes. Sorry, I didn't mean to show that on screen. Bad guys. What? Wait, why do you forfeit? No. Did you guys play one game already, Euros? Well, so hold on, just answer my question. Did you guys play a game or not? Well, guys, we played R35-1. Okay, just wait for another invite. You should get, if you're both on the login screen or in the main menu or whatever. If you if you got an invite and it got canceled, yeah, you just get a new invite.
Look closely, kiddos, on thy courageous mother.
It's still game 2. I haven't touched anything. Like sometimes the invites get canceled, but then the server sends out a new one. Okay, so Centurion has Novigrad on the board, and it's basically going unitless. Yanevsky doesn't want to lose last say, so they pass. Centurion has enough to play Tatterwing. He just plays an Eventide and has enough points to get to 10 points. Now he's got Tatterwing and Cleaver. Philippa. This is a brick because Candle and Novigrad have both been played. Bank is not a brick. No Philippa in hand. Avalok is a brick. He gets mulliganed. There's Philippa. There's still a Heatwave and Bank in the deck. Yeah, we see an Eventide get mulliganed and Heatwave arrives, and so the only thing that Centurion is missing is Bank, but it's not really important because you get all his other cards. Bank was just 4 coins plus one of these cards, but
We raid, we fight, we plunder. Full service.
Uncrate Raider gets answered by Bloody Good Fun. Does okay? So Nevsky plays Bran kind of early. I guess he didn't really have any choice other than playing Tyr. I feel like the way we playing Tyr was the better play, though. Who was he scared of? If he was scared of Philippa, there's not enough coins, but maybe he was just scared of a Heatwave. Well, Heatwaving Tyr would be a mistake when Bear Witchers exist, right? There's a Heatwave on Bran. Okay. Yanevsky's gonna instantly play Tyr now that Heatwave's gone.
We'll build up Skellige with our bare hands.
Centurion loves being uninteractive. I'm sure that had something to do with his decision. He has the coins to yoink the Tyr. Or he could leader twice and then play Bloody Good Fun. I think that's what we'll see. I think we'll see double leader and BGF. There's only one crime in the deck, it's Eventide Plunder, so that's what Farco's gonna play. Yanevsky's proactivity is 16, 9, and 9. Or 16, 6, and 6. Oh, there's no need to answer tier. What am I saying? There's no War of Clans in this deck.
That's how we'll end you.
So he doesn't actually even need to leader. Yeah, there's Payday.
Double the coin and consider it done.
We'll see the other Payday now.
Need a hand? Just chop one off.
Does he just discard these two? No. He's gonna play his Cleaver. Didn't want to overprofit too much on the from the Radovid. Or from the Novigrad. The Course Blacksmith is a sweet cat, and looking at the points, Yadevsky realizes he just doesn't have the points to catch up. Tattering Syndicate defeats Sihil. Alrighty then. So Centurion advances 2-0. Winning with Lippy, Shoop Lippy, and Tattering Syndicate. So let me see if we can catch another game. We know these guys just went into game 2. How's the Beetlegruff Destiny match looking? When did they go into their game? 12 minutes ago? Maybe I can watch that instead. Okay, I'm trying to minimize downtime. Let's take a look at the decks from Beetlegruff and Destiny. So here's Beetlegruff. We got Guerrilla Tactics, Scent of Blood, Double Cross, and Mobilization. A gift for the follow, Vinci PL. Welcome to the stream.
Like me.
So Beetlegruff's movement deck is Wax, Harmony. So Guerrilla Tactics with the Harmony scenario and Shiro with Quacks. So Quacks either pulls Dana, Shiro, or Lake Guardian. And it might ruin your Syndicate opponent's day. Scent of Blood, Golden Necker, Necromancer's Tome Vampires. Excuse me. This is Centurion Line's favorite deck. He believes that Necromancer's Tome should be 6 provisions, and he is correct. We have Shoop Calvite with a bit of Assimilate. So there's Truffle. There's no Artaud or Torres. Instead, we got Truffle, Heatwave, Redea, Shoop, Rune Mage, Bribery. Kind of a cool looking deck, actually. U120. Only the finals is a best of 5. So the reason there's 4 decks is actually because the idea is to make it so you're not forced to play your worst deck in a lineup. Yeah, you can. So no one is forced to play. Like, you still have a choice between two decks, even in your last match. So it's a little bit different. Except for the finals, where it's normal. Or it's more like what you're used to. And then the mobilization deck that Beetlegruff has brought is Siege, Amphibious Assault, Blue Dream. So this is Roche Meta Generator Blue Dream. The goal is to use Roche to play multiple bronzes on Meta Generator or after they've been boosted. And then you play Blue Dream to, like, after you kill the Roche, you use Blue Dream to play it again. Let's take a look at Destiny's deck. What did Destiny bring? Shield Wall, Dwarves, Parasite Fury, and Imperial Formation. Hey, Terrafear. Welcome in. So, Shield Wall, this looks like a deck we saw already. I think Yanevsky had the similar deck, right? Do you see the same? Yeah, exactly the same deck. And then we have Mahakam Forge with Zoltan Warrior, Mahakam Pass, Prover, Novi Justice. Is there Zoltan's Company? Yes, there is. No Philavandrel. No Garrison either, interestingly. Oftentimes I see Garrison with this list. But we do instead have Zoltan Scoundrel and Eudora, Barclay, and there's an Eskel. Eskel Heatwave has 2 tall punishes, and then a few different control tools. Dimeridium Shackles, Mastercrafted Spear. Looks like we're not going to be watching that series because Beetlegruff won game 2. So I'm going to remove myself and see if we can watch R35 versus Eurosmeister. If they go to game 3. So in round 2 currently, Ranoshik and Axis Kilgore have a match. Beetlegruff is waiting for the winner of R35 and Eurosmeister. Kepko lost 2-0 to Schwa's Necessary. That's a bit of an upset. And then Cyrus, Sacre Blue won game 1. They're currently in their second game. And of course, Ninja Pang Century Lion will be a game in the second round. When did Cyrus and Sacre Blue enter? 26 minutes ago? 11 minutes ago was their first game. Yeah, we're just waiting for game 3 of this series. There's 2 games that are currently in progress. When they finish, we'll have round 2. Do players know what their opponent's playing? Yes. So it's open deck list, but they don't know what deck their opponent is picking, right? So looks like R35 Euros Monster Game 2 finished. The series is now tied, and when they go to Game 3, so here's how it's going to work. R35 already won a game with Force of Nature, and their Syndicate deck got banned. So in this last Game 3, they can either play their Precision Strike deck or their Ursine Ritual deck. Eurosmeister won a game with Nature's Gift, and their Hospitality deck has been banned, so they can either play Reckless Flurry or Congregate. So you don't know exactly which deck your opponent's playing, but you can try and kind of guess based on the coin and based on the decks that you're facing. But then your opponent might predict what you're likely to pick and pick something based on that, and then it gets into mind games. And luck, I guess, as well. But here we go. Game 3 of R35 versus Eurosmeister. The hardest part is trying to predict what opponents will pick. Yeah. Well, you kind of have to think about it in terms of like your route to victory, right? So you ask yourself, like, I need 2 wins. Given the decks my opponent has, which of my and I have 2 blue coins, what are the 2 decks I need to win with, right? And if you're like pretty confident that you'll get a win with your Force of Nature, you might play it from the worst coin, right? Because I think this deck prefers red coin usually, unless it's relics. Also, I think that was the first ever game I won in a tournament. Nice. I didn't actually look at your decks, so let me go ahead and do that. Where's R35? He's here somewhere. So Euros has Congregate with Gregory as one option, and Reckless Flurry Portal Witchers as the other option. R35 has Golden Necker Self Wound as one option, and Precision Strike Dwarves as the other option.
Calanth.
Good luck, have fun, Euros. Factions, I think I double there. There's no such thing as a faction in Gwent. There's only decks. You don't queue with a faction. It's not like you can just like randomly add faction cards in the middle of the game. You play a deck. Decks get there. Cards get there. Factions don't get nerfed or buffed. But here we are. R35 plays Hjalmar. Or sorry, Harold Houndsnout to open. Melusine, for that some of you might not know, has been buffed to 9 provisions, so it can be played in Golden Necker. Same with Sarah's Fearless. So we have Congregate opening with Casino Bouncers, and R35 opens with Melusine, but and then clicks the Stratagem. Okay. This makes it so there's cards on either side. He actually clicks with Herald, which I don't think he needed to do. Melusine was going to take care of it eventually anyway. Plus he has a Hermit.
Abandon your false gods!
Svalblood does perform well against Firesworn, yes. But there's no Svalblood in this, as you pointed out. Firesworn likes a long round. They have engines that boost when they spawn additional units, and they have cards that boost all their units. So it's a bit of a swarm engine deck. I think R35 should click the rain. Yep. Because you want to eliminate bodies. Every body that's on the... Ooh, that's actually nice. That's skilled. Killing the Eternal Fire Disciple is very, very helpful. So R35's deck doesn't have a lot of control. There's some damage that it has. Like there's a Canute and there's Blue Boy. But Blue Boy's not in hand right now. Furford the Sculptor is going to be used. And the top 3 cards are Hamelfart, Procession, or Firestone Scribe. Notably, unlike Bank, Excommunication does not change the order of the deck, but we're going to see Eurosmeister actually play Hamelfart, so he's going to fight hard for round 1. He does have a Disciple in the graveyard, so he is going to use it, right? Use Hamelfart to pull it out. But this is going to fill up the row pretty quick. Fortunate for Euros, he has a Lonely Champion that he could drop and clear up board space. On the other side, R35 has Drummond Queen's Guards on the board. They're active now. After 2 turns of clicking with Herald, he was able to spawn one. Melusine is at 10 out of 13 power. From here on out, with Ceres on the board, R35 can like heal 1 Queen's Guard and use it to damage the other, and this becomes basically a 5-point a turn engine, kind of like a 2-card ethereal. Never mind, no Ceres. Ceres is gone. Eurosmeister uses Dies Irae to answer Ceres, and he gets ahead. So he's currently winning on even. Although this is a 1-point a turn engine, technically. R35 could use the Bear Witcher Quartermaster to ping the Queen's Guard, and that seems to be what he does.
I'm gonna dodge. I'm gonna have the retreat.
And he pings it one with Herald, so next turn he can, at the beginning, ping again with Herald. And this is currently a 3 points a turn engine, which is still pretty good. Especially since it can set up a really nice Flaminica as well. So as predicted, Lonely Champion comes down to create board space. Interesting to me that Fallen Knight hasn't been played yet. And Melusine didn't click Rain. Like when you click on Melusine, it loses 2 power, but it adds. Maybe there was Rain and it just ran out. It adds 2 turns of Rain. So 2 turns of Rain is at most 4 damage, whereas clicking it is only 2 damage loss. So this is still getting points, and more importantly, it's growing in base power. Later, with Sigrifa's Right, you can pull this out of the graveyard, and it's going to be a pretty nice amount of points. Especially considering there usually is not Tall Punish in Firesworn. And Eurosmeister ends up passing. So, played Hamelfart, XCOM, 1 Dies Irae, and still didn't win the round. His opponent got both a Melusine in the graveyard and a Cyrenova on the board. Not looking great for Euros. I think I would prefer to be in R35's position here, because he has round control against Firesworn. So what I would be doing here would be just kind of trying to play down to 3 or 4 cards, maybe less if I can, and then passing. Like the problem is Sigrifa Golden Necker and possibly Olaf are cards you don't want to play this round. Like, you'd rather have Golden Necker for a short round 3. But we'll see what he does. Hand is a little too good for a value lead. Okay, so R35 is just going to open with Melisy. There's no Purify or like a second res in this deck anyway, so... It's a big, powerful point slam. It's 28 points. But I think R35 has to be careful now. He does queue up a Knight's 4 damage, combos it with Raid to kill the Fallen Knight. And since there's no
3 more copies.
Camelfart anymore, that Fallen Knight is basically gone. You can Damnation on a 6 power unit to get a new Camelfart. And Melusine pinged the Canute, and now Canute is at 5 power, so they can remove stuff. This Scribe on the board makes it so that Helvete can basically become a 2-for-1 spender. So that's a nice amount of points for Euros, and Euros also has DS Ire available. But R35 just gonna step on the gas. He plays Golden Necker. So he's going ham. Like, we'll have to see if I guess the plan is to keep Olaf for the next round. But Svalbard Totem has also been buffed to 9 provisions for some reason. So that card is going to get played, and it's now 47 to 22 points. And Canute is used on Champion of Svalbard. I did not understand those leader charge usage right there. But it's just building a massive point gap. We should see Junior here on Canute. Yeah. Arguably should have seen him. Wait. He's done Champion. Okay. Here comes Olaf.
You're good. Real good.
R35 doesn't care. He's just going full ham. Like, he's just gonna step on the gas and never let go. And he's actually clicking Melusine for even more rain on the front row, which is fine because there's enough turns. Oh, this bank is a little early, possibly. I don't know. Because now you can't play Gregory, right? You just have to play Jacques. Jacques is nice because you can spend with it to get to exactly Camelfart territory. But so Melusine gets clicked on the back row now. And R35 pretty happy because, oh my god, he's just full leadering, absolute complete. Okay, he's even using Canute to remove Zealots. He just doesn't want there to be any points for his opponent, and you know it's gonna work. It's actually very solid strategy. His opponent doesn't have Camelfart. Even if he had Gregory, that would not be enough points, I don't think. And he's just gonna 2-0. This Olaf is 1,000,000 points. I'm not sure about some of the sequencing, but it's really not gonna matter.
Come, brothers. We've naught to fear.
Hey, Darius.
Many of ours have died of late.
There's not even a cleric on the board. 89 to 30. So, with that, R35 wins the series 2-1 and advances to round 2. Where he's going to be playing against Beetlegruff. We have Ranoshik versus Axis Kilgore. Beetlegroff versus R35. Exit the game. Schwarz Necessary versus Sacre Blue, and Cintrian Lion versus Ninja Pang. Which game do you guys want to see? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Type in chat. Oh, you were watching? Oh no. You did good, man. You did good. I would have played that differently, but your strategy was better. Okay, everybody wants to watch Cintrian Lion. I can't really argue with chat. Cintrian versus Ninja Pang should be interesting. Ninja always brings solid decks, and I'm sure he knows, he's familiar with Cintrian's playstyle, so. Yeah, I didn't see the other game zeros, but the main thing is, if either win round 1 or don't commit your big cards, right? You committed Hemmelfart, but didn't win the round. You gotta pick. Early in the round, you gotta decide, is this a round I'm winning? And if you're gonna win it, you need to win it. And if you're not gonna win it, you need to use like the least amount of resources and play until you no longer have reach with your like cheap cards. That would be like the main thing I saw. There's like individual like card decisions that can be done differently, but the main thing is like you don't lose by 50 points because you misplayed like a small thing. You lose because you lost the like macro, not the micro. I haven't played Ring in my updated Firestorm Gold Digger to not lose round 1. Yeah. Opera Singer Flamentica. It can be very good. It can be problematic. It like depends on the matchup too. Sometimes you overswarm. Sometimes you don't draw the. Yeah, you can watch Irregular play some Firesworn. That Ono was used as your fighting beetle? Yeah, well. Good luck. I don't got nothing to say. Oh shoot, I didn't start round 2. My bad. Round 2 has been started. Players have 10 minutes to do their bans. We're going to take a look at Ninja Pang's deck since we already saw Cintrian's decks. Beetle should not be difficult. You know, I think you could say that if you had signed up for the tournament. I would. Beetle scares me. I don't know. They always scare me in tournaments. Who are you talking about is good but unlucky? Beetlegroff? Beetlegroff's a she for one. And also I think that's more the kind of decks they play. Alright, so Ninja Pang has brought well, if you had Junior round 1, you could just answer the Melusine the turn that is played. But if you don't, then you probably don't want to stay too long in the round. Unless you know you're going to bleed out the Melusine in round 2. But you probably don't want to bleed as a Swarm deck. It's more about... Like, I think in that game, after the commitment, after Harold and Melusine were played, you just set up your graveyard and you go to that round 2. And then try to win rounds 2 and 3. Yeah, my mods are going to ban you if you don't learn to spell. I'm about to get gruffed. Maybe. So here are Ninja Pang's decks. There's Pirate's Cove Collusion with Novigrad, Siggy Mastermind, King of Beggars, Jock, and Junior, plus the usual stuff you see in Collusion. Double Pulling the Strings, Double Shady Vendor, Furco, Collusion, Bloody Good Friends, like the stuff that has 2 tags, and then the Little Birds, and then a few 4Ps, poisons and specials and whatnot. Yeah, it should be. You should be able to do your bans right now. Yeah, irregular. Euros is like very new. Don't get all worked up, Jesus. They're genuinely asking for good advice. Yeah, a lot of these like keyboard warriors in the chat are too scared to join the tournament. Don't worry, Euros. You're more handsome than all of them combined. Seeing 20-point Valacine coming out of the grave for the first time is a canon event. It is. This is a standard collusion list, and then we have Inspired Zeal with Demavand, Captor Wizards, Blue Dream, Roche. So this is alumni Roche deck. We have an Aristocrats Imposter list. This looks pretty standard. Rosa for Joachim, Gorthor, Givade, Kanta. This looks like basically Miamon's deck. Because there's Blue Hearts and Fall Siri. Yep. And then we have Precision Strike Dwarves with Vigo's Muzzle, Eskel, Pathfinder, and Heatwave. So kind of 3 major control cards plus Zoltan, the leader. There's these Skirmishers. And then for points you have Zoltan's Company. There's no Brewer, but there is Garrison and there is Zoltan Scoundrel. This deck can be hard to deal with for a lot of stuff. So let's see what are the bans. Make sure I'm set as the observer here. Yes, I am. So we're waiting. The players have done their bans. It doesn't say invitations have gone out. It should go out soon. There it is. So, Ninja Pang and Cintrian both banned each other's Precision Strike lists. So, Cintrian has Red Coin. Game 1. We could see Skellige. We could see Syndicate. This is Tattering Line Pockets. What about Cintrian's NG deck? This is like the Gascon reveal deck, right? Yeah. We might not see this deck, even in this match. What happened to my emo wall? Pray G for Syndicate. There we go. Very new with this Firestone. I've never tried tournaments, so let's see how it does there. Yeah. Firestorm's one of those decks that if you've played it more than your opponent, you can start to really benefit from your knowledge of different matchups. Like, because it plays a little differently than other decks, you end up having to learn like what matchups you need to fight for round 1 from each coin, and
Control the docks, control the city.
how much of a round length do you want, which of your golds you should commit in what round. Like, it takes a while, but it's it does have outplay potential because your opponents will not have as much knowledge of it as you will once you played it a ton. But the advice I gave about if you're not going to win round 1, don't commit your major resources, that's just generic advice that is going to help. Like, it's something to it's easier said than done, but it's something to keep in mind for all your games. Like, I think that's just a solid Gwent macro tip. So, like, I'm going to try and point it out as we watch the series, right? Ninja Pang wants round control because his deck, like, if he decides the length of round 3, he's probably gonna win. Assuming, I mean, Tattering gets a lot of points in a short round, but Siggy is usually more. Especially if Novigrad is available. So, the way that this deck tries to win round 1 is you play the bronzes, so Mutant Maker, Bloody Good Friends, that gives you 4 tags. Leader is a 5th tag if you need it. And then Little Bird can be a 6 for 2 spender. Pulling the Strings can play for up to 12 points each. And you can get Pulling the Strings from Shady Vendor. And he has one in hand as well. So he's going to set up tags. His opponent can't really remove these right now, right?
Don't get through. Hit him between the legs.
But so far, Cintrean has committed absolutely nothing, right? He's played a 5p bronze that he wants to play anyway because it thins. He's played a 4p bronze and he didn't even click it. Like, he didn't even spend his 3 coins, right? A lot of times, red coin, the strategy is to play as cheaply as possible while making it so if your opponent passes, you can still catch up. That's how you kind of abuse red coin. So Eventide gets an Eternal Fire Disciple. And Cintrean just drops a Wolf back. See, this is like a 4p card. He didn't, even though he didn't have like a full row, he doesn't care. He's just dropping it because all he has to do is get 9 points if Ninja Bang passes. So he's just saying, if you want me out of the round, you got to commit more expensive stuff. So he's waiting for Ninja to commit more expensive stuff. Ninja plays Little Bird and then clicks it for 5 plus 5. So a 5 for 2 spender. And now it's 30 to 11. So it's starting to get a little dicey. If Cintrean wants to stay in the round, like if he wants to win the round, which I don't really see how he would, because like his main points are Tattering and Candle. And there's a Little Bird on the other side. Like he could, if he decides he wants to fight for the round, he should play Tavern Brawl and eliminate the Little Bird. If he's not fighting for the round, he should count and see if he plays like an Eventide Plunder, will he still have enough points? Like, because he would need to catch up in 2 cards. And it doesn't look very likely, so we'll probably see a Cintrean Lion pass here. If you want to get better at a specific matchup, the best way to do that is to just do friendly games with another player, and just play the same 2 decks, and just try different lines and see what works. But I wouldn't necessarily worry about one matchup at this early stage. Like, you probably just want to, like, some matchups you can win, right? If you outplay your opponent. But that time and effort, if you just spend on playing your own deck better against like everything else, you'll have a higher win rate that way than you would if you just learn how to beat warriors. Unless you're running into lots of warriors, in which case you might just decide not to play that deck for a bit. So here we are, round 2. Will Ninja bleed? He currently doesn't really have coins. He could play Inmaker. He would love to have had Novigrad on the board, but he doesn't have Siggy or Junior in hand. And if you commit Bank now to play Novigrad, and then you miss Siggy, you're just very, very sad, right? So if he wants to do a soft push, he can like open Mutants Maker and then play Shady Vendor. He's actually going to just play Mutated Hounds. It kind of makes sense because it's not like Centrion's going to give any poison targets. The Tatterwing deck. This season, Warriors are popular because Seagull got buffed and then Fear got buffed, and people are playing like Parasol Fury, Seagulls, Abordage here. So Centrion just drops the Novigrad. And if Ninja Bank plays Novigrad, Centrion can just Heatwave it. I think most people would agree that the Ninja's Collusion deck is the better deck. Like, it's the more solid overall deck against than Tatterwing. So he's gonna choose to go for a long round. He didn't want to commit any of these like payoff cards or setup cards. The other thing about Warriors is that their weakness is blue coin. So in a tournament where you get to pick the coin you play it on, they're a little bit more annoying than they would be on ladder. Like on ladder, you can, I mean, it's a little harder with Seagulls now, but usually you can red point abuse Warriors, or used to be. That's what you would do against Warriors. You would beat them on even round 1 and then push round 2. Trying to get their Futusia and tier, as others have said. So Centrion used this opportunity to drop Candle. So on the board he has Candle and Novigrad. Meanwhile, Ninja Pang does not. He draws King of Beggars and Junior. So King of Beggars is mulligan. It gets a Mutated Hound, which also gets mulligan. He draws a poison. Mulligans that too. Gets an Eavesdrop. Not the best draws, I have to say, because Novigrad's still in deck, and so is Siggy. And he specifically, like, Ninjas had extra mulligans in case he drew bricks. And Centrion's going to open with this classic move of Tatterwing. In a different time, you could maybe Furco for Eventide and hope to get a Brawler, but you can't get Brawler from Eventide anymore because it's been nerfed to 5 provisions. Oh, Flaggy. Stop. Oh, you guys.
I've gone flopping. Get out, you balding-faced baby.
Huh?
Scary door knock. Thank you, Flaggy. Yeah, we added, for those who don't know, I added Tangia. There's a bunch of fun stuff in there. You can send little sounds or you can ask an AI a question. You can do, like, you can post memes and stuff.
Nothing tickles my tits quite like a good secret.
So Centrion, wait. He dropped Cleaver and he clicked Novigrad to get a slice of Ductus. I expect Ninja will just kill the Cleaver with Junior. Because every crime the Centurion plays, this is 1 or 2 points, right? Or this is 2, possibly 3 points per crime. This is one point per unit your opponent plays. Battery Syndic is a thing now? Only Centurion plays it.
Mirak 3.
Or it's a Centurion classic deck. Mirak, thank you so much for the tier 1 and 22 months of support. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. There's Novigrad from Ninja Pang, and Centurion instantly heat waves it. There's Junior. Answers the cleaver as suggested. Admo says, knowing your opponent's deck card feels like you are playing a different game. Yeah. I mean, it really does add some a lot of strategy to the game. Because you know what they have and what they could have, and then you're playing around counters that exist, not like hypothetical ones. Because like on ladder, you're just kind of blind. You end up having to play around some BS that the opponent doesn't have, or you don't play around a red haze and then they do have it and you feel dumb, and it just makes things a bit more random.
Humans must die.
Ninja plays Jacques after leadering to ensure they don't overprofit, and they're gonna boost it to 10. That makes it so Centurion can't Philippa, and this is a valuable Philippa target because it has 2 tags. It's got Firesworn and Salamandra, right? Of course, there's other Firesworn on the board, but also it's a spender, so there's many good reasons for it. Ninja has been careful to not put these 2 next to each other because Tavern Brawl is a card. So weird that this is... Guys, can we make this 5 provisions again, please? Ugh. Seductress from Eventide just feels wrong. So when they're bonded, they also gain a point every time Ninja plays a special. So if he plays Shady Vendor, that's minus 4 points. Like, that's... This deck doesn't even have Seductress in this. Now he's got 2 on the board. 1 from Novigrad, 1 from Eventide. But Ninja does have... Oh, not enough tags. Usually, like this deck does really well in Syndicate Mirrors because you can steal your opponent's engines and other cards that you have synergy with. There's only 3 tags on the board right now. So this can't be stolen. Furco seems like the play. Nope, we're playing Shady Vendor. No, it's actually Siggy. Bloody Good Friends and Collusion will be the play. But you can see how many points these got, right? Because this was a card that played 2 other cards. Wait. Yeah, what did we bank for? Bank it to Novigrad. So did Ninja actually draw Siggy? He drew it with Eavesdrop. That's talented, right? I totally missed that, sorry. So there's Philippa stealing Crown Splitter and Cut Up tags to prevent pulling the strings, because once again we have only 3 tags now for Ninja Pang. Furco will be a 4th. The Centurion has ways of removing cards as well. And this is looking kind of dangerous. Collusion boosted this Flaming Rose Footman by 4 points, but you hit this, it's 3, you hit this, it's 5, and then It's like a brawl here will play for 13. Okay, so we see instead a Mutant Maker come down. I didn't check the coins, but was there over profit?
Except sometimes they're quite fresh.
Okay, so Tavern Brawl gets mitigated there. But there's still, again, only 3 tags here. Centurion also has Furco into Bloody Good Fun or Eventide Plunder. Okay, there's a Bloody Good Fun. Removes the Mutant Maker, which was not an extra tag, but it was preventing Bloody Good Fun. So, in exchange, Ninja Pang is going to play his own Shady Vendor too. Probably going to play a Payday here.
Do I spy?
You should hit the Slice Electrus, yeah. Because he wants to set up something he can yoink. And now there's a Blind Eye. So there's 4 tags now on the board. There's a Pulling the Strings in the deck as well. So Ninja Pang could steal a 5, although there isn't a 5 on the board. Payday is used to take out KOB, which was a tag. Payday has a nice quality to it where if you all the overkill becomes coins. And then Centurion used Candle to boost Slice Seductress. Centurion's basically just blocking, pulling the strings the whole time. He's always thinking about it. And again, Ninja is down to 3 tags. But this will be 4. So he could drop Furco. Furco into pulling the strings on the Philippa at least. Surprising boost to Phil, yeah. I think I'm not sure why he didn't, because he has leaders and it's not like he needs them. The score is still close though. Yeah, you see a lot more random stuff from rank 3 too. This has... oh, this was such a value yoink. 2 tags and he used it to set up like a 14-point Tavern Brawl. I bet Centurion is happy with how that went. In some ways, the game is easier at higher MMR because you know what you're playing against a lot of the time. In other ways, like, but your opponents do make less mistakes. And play decks that are not as easy to deal with using other meta decks. You'll get there in no time, you're learning fast. There's the second Shady Vendor. It doesn't look like there's going to be enough points here for Ninja Pang. Centurion basically... I mean, Ninja draws weren't amazing, but Centurion like basically dismantled the deck. There's nothing Ninja could do here. So that's round 2. Centurion 1, Ninja Pang 0. Why is there Philippa in Cove? He yoinked it. It was a pulling the strings yoink. It was Cintrian who runs Philippa in his deck. Yeah, instead of going on interactive, he actually just dropped his cleaver and stuff early. And then he just played around pulling the strings the whole time. Ninja did, like, I thought Ninja played that fine. I didn't see any mistakes. Maybe he should have bled out the Tatterwing in round 2, but he didn't really have a great hand. Like, he needed Novigrad, he needed... he didn't have Junior, he didn't have Siggy in round 2. Syndicate Tatter versus Gangs 1 in a million matchup. Yeah, we also had Syndicate Tattering against Sihil in round 1. That was also a solar eclipse type thing.
I'm a dwarf for business.
Don't say hi to Full Tilt. He's on the clock here. Don't distract my employees. They're not people. They're mods. Well, Full Tilt is not people. You can be nice to the other ones. Almost as legendary as Clog versus Mill, yeah. Okay, so we have Ninja Pang on red coin playing Aristocrats versus Cintrian, who on blue is playing his Erendite Shoop Lippy Extravaganza. I don't know what to call this deck, but I guess it's Shoop Beasts. It's probably the best way to put it. So, the idea with this deck is you want a Lippy round 1.
You weren't expecting this, were you?
And you can play your Echo cards. And then you Lippy, they go in the deck. And then you can Compass like 2 or 3 times in a game. So there's the first Echo card, right? Echo cards don't get doomed when you play them. They get doomed at the end of the round when they move themselves into your deck. Right? The doom says, or Echo says, at the start of the round, before the mulligan phase. At the start, oh my god. I'm just gonna wait. Just gotta wait. Let Cintrian do his thing. He's gonna just open Shoop. So he plays his Echo cards, he plays Shoop, and then he plays Lippy. Yeah, we good? At the start of the round, before the mulligan phase, if this card is in your graveyard, it is moved to the top of your deck and gains Doom. So it's that movement that applies to Doom. So there it is. 2 Echo, 1 Echo card and Shoop played. And then immediately Lippy. With a bunch of garbage in the graveyard, right? But they're all beasts. So now Cintrian can play Corrupted Fluminica in round 1 and it boosts by like 20 something points. He can also play Compass or Legendary now. He can play Delirium. It's an Echo card. He can play Erendite, which is an Echo card. Ninja actually just passes at 7. Because it makes sense. Like, usually Aristocrats can't contest round 1, and he doesn't want to feed into the Erendite. And Cintrian has to play because he only has 2 cards in deck.
This mess.
Right?
His eyes only.
So he plays Delirium. Now he draws 3 cards. And he needs to Lippy now in this round in order to have cards in round 3. Right? This deck is so 5-head, man. I can't play it. All this is squirrel?
You will weather.
What do you
will
squirrel?
crumble.
Like there's like 5 echo cards. Or like there's lots of squirrel targets.
There is but one punishment for traitors.
Usually Flamingo isn't played and then left in the graveyard. Usually you play it to win the round and then they can like open the next round with Fukusia if they want to.
I despise Dimeritium.
This deck doesn't have to use a second Libby. It's just in this game, the situation was such that because Cintrian didn't get to play his other Echo cards in round 1. He can Compass for Fukusia into Lippy. The games aren't fun at all? I see. Sorry, R35. I guess I'm glad we weren't watching. You know, if you're here, F you.
Yes, that's the right shout.
The fall series put at the bottom of the deck by Ninja Pang. Are we gonna see a Raging Bear killing the Seagull? Where did the Seagull come from? Oh, Red Sword killed something and then... Maracas Venom from Lydia. Did you play Renfrey?
Who wants to taste Skelliger Steel?
Hjalmar? Where did Hjalmar come from? Wait, Compass into... What is Cintrian's plan? He's gonna get Compass again. He's gonna get Red Sword again. That's 2. He's gonna get Arrow again. Okay, he doesn't have to Lippy. I'm dumb. Because he'll get 3 Echo cards back. And he'll draw 3 cards. So he doesn't actually need to.
Calls for your death.
I'm guessing you emoted R35. Most people don't like getting emoted in game. But yeah, they probably didn't realize you were doing an affectionate emote, not a troll emote. Yeah, Gwent certainly has a lot of interesting cards and mechanics. Dire Bear or Blue Boy? That's an interesting choice. Both have 7 base power now? That's crazy. Dire Bear is a beast, right? So the plan is Cintrian's gonna be able to Compass into Fukusia into Flominica as the finisher next round. Because this version of Aristocrats doesn't really have Tall Punish. Right? There's no poisons, there's no Philippe. It just outpoints you. That's how it wins. The game is direct substitution to play SK Witcher. Yeah, at one point I had that deck banned from my tournament because it's so boring. It's no, I mean, no, it's not a 2-0. Between Joachim, Rosa, like you can't 2-0 this deck. I don't think. Wait, where's Joachim? Yeah, it's right there. But there's no coup. So this has to live. And Shoop can lock it. Okay, maybe it could be a 2-0. There's a Gorther Gavade on the board though. You can Gorther Gavade the Erendite if you want. And that means Cintrian would be down an extra card next round. So that's I think what I would do. I would drop the Rosa this turn, right? Go down to focus. Next turn, Rosa the Joachim, and then Kanta the Erendite or the Compass.
You never tried swimming in armor?
Please come again.
Yeah, Arnagat Sucrus is very binary. The top card is what? A Pikeman? He might have to Kanta for Joachim now.
I shall flog them into submission.
Don't ask a lady her age. It's unbecoming.
Magni's put at the bottom. Who is the top card? Okay, Erendite's put on top, and then Kanta for Erendite. Will there be enough points? He's gonna have to lead her. He's gonna have to lead her. Leader! There it is. So, Ninja had to go down to 3 cards. Cintrian played, remember, Cintrian went down 2 cards in round 1. And then Ninja had to go equal cards, but he stole an Echo card from Cintrian. So now he has a 15 power Erendite. And Cintrian milled himself by 1. Just incredible stuff, right? Like, why is Steven Seagal at 2 power? Says Napping Central. You gotta ask the Steven Seagal Coalition.
Wash this blood from my hands.
So Ninja Bang opens with Usurper. Ocean didn't what for Seagull this BC? Oh wow. Here's Shoop 13. Answering Usurper. That's a pretty big deal. Wait. Ninja can coup the Shoop now if he wants to.
The hounds have got to scent.
He locks the Shoop because there's no value in the lock. So Roderick will get him False Siri, which is live. Is it?
You're gonna get
Didn't he need to do that already, like at turn 1? I guess a Raging Bear would have denied the Siri anyway. There's still a Flaminica on the other side. And this Erendite's not growing. And this Redea has a lot of points. So is this Compass. Flaminica too big? Yeah, Flaminica is pretty large right now. More importantly, there's no, like...
How dare you? Emperor Sovereign, your Emperor.
I mean, Ninja could get a coup on a Fukusia. But there's no Joachim in his graveyard. Right? He'd have to... What's a good Fukusia target? I don't even know. Citrian can't deny an Erendite target, right? Doesn't look like he can.
For you, a very special item I have. A surprise.
Rosen's the best Fukusia target? It's 9 provisions, though. Is it possible there's...
Push on!
like a Seditious,
No
maybe?
mercy!
With some rain? Can get 2 Fukusias? I guess in theory, but you don't have enough time. Because Cintrian's gonna play it last. This Erendite's a lot of points, but the Fukusia, the Flaminica's gonna be more. There's just too many beasts. Citrian's gonna take this. It's crazy. All he has to do is just play this Raging Bear. That's game. Because Ninja can't, like, you can... I don't know. The Shoop is gone, so you can't even coup the Shoop and hope to get super lucky or something. Coup on this is 8. Does he have any golds? No gold, so you can't coup the Roderick. Should BM Combi? You can't play Combi. Because you need to have more cards than your opponent to play Combi. Or the same. Like, you need to have a card. 3-point Booherd also feels bad.
You played your hand. Now, allow me to retort.
And then Citrian's just gonna play Fukusia. You can play Fukusia into Joke. No, not Joachim. That would be ultimate BM. Because if Flaminica for 28 points, 61 to 22, Erendite's not gonna save you. Would Compass have? Well, the problem with Compass is it might not have been enough points in round 2 to steal it. Close game, Flaminica is balanced. I mean, Citrian built his entire deck and game plan around it. And he's playing against a deck that has no tall punish and no graveyard hate. You know, so those are things we should keep in mind. Like, that wasn't just like, he had to make a deck where he could Lippy in round 1 a bunch of beasts into his graveyard just so he could get a Flaminica that was that big. Just hitting off Flaminica? Yeah, it's dumb design. You'll get no argument from me there. Okay, so Cintrian advances 2-0 against Ninja Bang. Maybe there will be a game 3 here. So Ranoshik is playing against Axis Kilgore. We'll add ourselves to that in case that game comes up. Also suck round 1 if he draws too many bronzes. Yeah, but Cintrian never draws too many bronzes. I've never seen it happen. Like, I've run into him playing this on ladder before. I've never seen him. I don't know what it looks like when that deck has bad draws. Hey, wouldn't Cintian Ryan be Calantha's husband? Good question. Make sure I don't forget to add myself as observer. So Cintian is going to be playing against Shua's Necessary, who beat Kepko and Sacra Blue both 2-0. What's this lineup? Elves, Blaze of Glory Warriors, Off the Books, and Aristocrats. I wish we had seen some of those games. Ragnarok Elves with Yavin, Isengrim. And then Blaze of Glory Renfrey with Iris. Off the Books St. Gregory. Let's go. So this is Off the Books Firesworn. The version of Firesworn I prefer playing because I really hate Congregate Leader. I think it's garbage leader. And I wish people would stop buffing it. This version gets points from Keepers of the Flame and Salamander Mage. This is what's known as Chinese Grisha. It doesn't have bank. It just runs more else. And just draw your cards, nerd. And then the Imposter deck is just the same deck we just saw, but it runs Vincent instead of Usurper. And it runs Philippe as well. Usurper is what, 13 or 12? So Philippe and Vincent instead of False Siri and Usurper. Surely 22 Provision Congregate will play. Congregate's playable now. It's just, it's a, like, it's got a very narrow game plan. And so if you run into decks that can counter that game plan, you lose. If you run into decks that can't, you win. And it's a little, I guess binary is the word. I don't know. Because you don't have the coin to be flexible with your control cards and your answers, you end up relying on just like your point vomit and swarm vomit. And that makes the deck one-dimensional. Then it just becomes matchup bingo. I don't... Leaders that give passive points... I don't know. Like, I think Mahakam Forge has similar problem. I think it's just uninteresting. It's just a matter of consistency. Congregation must have higher provision than Temple of Military Congregation. Ah, I see. Because the word congregation is in it. That makes more sense. Yep. The problem with Ulrich is that in order for him to be good, you have to have a Fallen Knight in your hand. And you want to play Ulrich in Devotion. So it's like the Operator Flutter combo. It's why I never played it in like rent-free maps, because you're playing a deck that can't hand fix. Some games you just lose because your Ulrich sucks. Although Ulrich in Describe isn't necessarily bad either. Erica the Flaming Rose? Why would you buff that? Why do we need to buff Firesword at all? Not every archetype and every deck needs to be competitive. Mr. Lirio buffing Mahakam Forge over and over again. Stop. Some things just don't have to be 2500 plus viable. It's okay. Good, and once it. Firestorm has been good, but like binary archetypes don't need to be competitive. Like, it's fine. Like this deck, this Chinese Grisha deck has been played in Masters tournaments. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I played Pashabul's version of that deck that he brought to tournaments. I played that version for like months and months, and every now and then I play it again on ladder, and it's still just as good, and it still wins just as easily. Just because something isn't like played by every brain dead ladder monkey doesn't mean it's not viable. Oh no, not when you say Firesworn, you meant Congregation Irregular. Firesworn is an archetype that's valid, viable, and can be played lots of different ways. Congregate Leader is a stupid dumb fuck leader that needs to die. It just isn't good. The harmless card compared to Scribe and Keeper? I disagree. Oh, is Cleric of the Flaming... Are you talking about the one that has a tribute? Yeah, that card's fine, but it's also fine as it is. It doesn't need a buff. If you buff it, I don't care. You can buff it by 1 power. But don't you dare buff it by provision. Game needs 5p bronzes that are 5p and stay 5p and remain 5p. And not every bronze needs to be 4 provisions.
I shall make Nilfgaard great.
Congregate is Tattering Reveal Leader. True. Isn't every syndicate a Tattering Reveal leader? Let's make 25 bronze decks viable. Yeah, exactly. You need insta bodies. Ah, okay. It's how you guarantee bodies. I see. So next week we're gonna see a different syndicate Tatterwing deck from you, Cintrian. I look forward to it. So what is happening here? Ranoshik versus Sky Gallerio / Axis Kilgore. Game 3. The series is tied 1-1. I believe. Excuse me, guys. I am in fact dying.
I am no Nilfgaardian.
So we got Tucson Hospitality with Ivar on one side. And we got Piquant as well. On the other side, we have Dwarves with Heatwave and Mastercrafted Spear. Brewer Swarm, Mahakam Forge, Mahakam Pass, Zoltan's Company, Novi Justice, Escol, Zoltan Scoundrel, just the huge. You're blinking too much? Well, stop it. So, Axis Kilgore opened with Kahir. Ranoshik answered with a Dimeridium Shackles. Makes sense. He can now play Nilf Knight. That's what I would expect to see.
Order will triumph.
The other proactive play. And we're going to see Dwarven Agitator from Ranoshik, followed by Mock Volunteers. Or Chariot first. Nope, it's Agitator first.
We've lived in isolation.
Gives armor to Bruger and
bloody
Zoltan,
long.
the two cards that benefit the most from armor in this hand. So, Toussaint wants to have a long round 3. Yes, wake up. Wants to have a long round 3 where they boost stuff to High Heaven, play Ivor on it, and use like Beauclair for like 60 something points. Dwarf's game plan should be to win round 1, bleed round 2, and have a short round 3. Ideally one where like they deny any boost opportunities to Toussaint. The problem is
Fuck you, Nilf garbage.
there's no Nilf garbage. Oh yeah, there is. The problem is it's hard for dwarves to go on interactive, right? And the control that they have here with Eskel, Heatwave, and Spear is decent. But like, for example, he can't answer this Milton, which means the Sangreal is a lot of points, especially if used on a false Siri. I think Ranoshik will want to play Mahakam Volunteers here and just try to win. Oh no, okay.
Damn the horse son.
So Zoltan comes down. We're playing. Now Sky Galliard isn't going to feel bad about playing like Toussaint and False Siri and Sangreal, cards like that. So we should see Buhurt, yep. And he's ahead, he doesn't even have to click TA. Neither player played Arendite, so it's not really a concern. Sometimes here you might click this to like pretend like you're looking for a pass, even though you're not. But I think both players know in the situation, Toussaint doesn't want to pass round 1, and Ranoshik, after committing Zoltan, is clearly saying, I don't want to pass round 1 either.
Damn the horse sons.
Here comes Zoltan Shive. It plays for 9 points plus 5. Carryover. And this is a 1 point a turn engine. Here comes False Siri for another Buhurt. Sangreal wouldn't be just be funny, it is the plan. Like, Toussaint doesn't mind using one of its win cons to win the round. Like Axis Kilgore didn't even click the TA. He's 34 to 36. He's down like 4 points right now. Or yeah. But he doesn't care because if opponent passes, they know they're in a solid position to win the game. Mastercrafted Spear does not work on friendly cards. So we're going to see Sangreal played on False Siri, a click on Milton, and then a click on this. And if opponent keeps playing, you always have Ivar on Dwarven Agitator. Like Milton, Sangreal, and Siri all go well together. There's no reason to not play Sangreal here. Then go on Resilience. Oh. Yeah, that would be funny. Especially since it has 6 armor. Oh, that would be pretty troll. Wait. Can Guillaume steal the Resilience? But it's an order, so it would take a turn. What? Okay, that's the plan, it seems. So Axis did the math. I guess Axis wants last say. Since there's resilience on the board, he really does want to get rid of it. And he's setting up to be able to play both Ivar and Sangreal now. The tie? No, Ranashik is ahead by 1 point because there's 1 point in False Siri and 1 point here.
Get the move on, lads. Look alive.
Not everybody can be good at math. So what? What? We're saving Sangreal for round 3?
Turn your foe's strengths against him. That's the trick.
I mean, no, I guess the Guillaume was more points as, right? It was plenty of points. Plus, like, we played Ivar. Okay, that might be a little... Yeah, there's no way Ranashik can play here. Like, literally, they can't win the round. You could say it's overkill, but Ivar often doesn't get value in round 3. Whereas, because of Bouclair, Sangreal is just a 12 for 6 for in round 3. More. It can be a 24 for 6. But I think the leader might have been a mistake. The leader, Guillaume, well, at the same time, you don't want to let your opponent have resilience because then you don't get last save. This deck also has Rain Farm. Is there a coup? No, but there is Renew. Wait, what's Renew for? Renew is for Kahir? Or for Milton? He can Sangreal because he has a Renew for his Milton. I didn't even realize that. There is still 2 Tall Punish, which is a lot of Tall Punish. Especially since there's no answer. Oh, he does have 2 Van Morlehems. He does need to draw them, though. Because he needs to be able to answer Bruver or... And there's a Purify. They're very unique to Santek. I think what's like, there's also selective mutation to draw the Adrenaline card of your choice. I guess Ivar. That's it, right? Okay. Decree and Van Morlehems are in the deck. One Night Challenger is available. This has to be for Kahir, right? Because of Night Challengers. I don't know. Yeah, he does draw all his goals. Is he going to be Piquant first just for engine value? No, he plays North Knight. He should cut Decree, kind of wasting provisions. He does have Roderick for Decree, actually. So, there is that. It has Decree and Roderick and 2 thinning. And also a way to draw Ivar in round 1 with selective mutation. Is the farmer? No, not usually. Oh, for Night Challenger? I guess for Night Challenger it makes sense. The farmer. I like that we're calling him the farmer.
Let us not.
Why aren't we playing Piquant? It's got a cooldown. We're being very cautious. Because like now we can't. It was either Kahir or Piquant, right? This turn. Because it's going to go to 8, and 8 is when it's going to proc Grace. And you need to have... I think that was slightly mistimed. Yeah, like if somebody spears your Piquant, you don't really care. Yeah, Nausicaa Brigades have been common in Full decks specifically, so that you have a low value thing to boost, but... Could see Megascope on the Night Challenger. There's no leader though, that's a problem. Yeah, there's the spear. There's still a Brewer to be played. Well, there's our lock. He's just gonna play another Night Challenger, isn't he?
Are you a knight, sir? Or are you hooked?
I don't understand the plan. Like, these Night Challengers are boosting the enemy units as much as they're boosting ours. Sure, some of that will come back with the Rain Farm, but we don't play Coup in this deck. And then on the other side, Ranoshik is holding on to Brewer for the longest time. Yeah, some... There's no Justice. 14 points. And 1 thinning. Okay, are you gonna renew for the Kahir now? Okay, there it is. But this is just gonna get heat waved, so... And there's no rush. Ranoshik should just play Brewer now. Like, they should have played Brewer 6 turns ago. I guess as soon as... I guess Ranoshik doesn't know. Doesn't know if there's a Van Morlehem Hunter in here. So they're just saving Brewer until the last 2 turns of the game. Last 3 turns of the game. Remember old Kahir? Oh god. Old Kahir was the stuff of nightmares. As a Thrive player, I was so happy when they reworked Kahir. I did like a marathon celebration stream the day that it got changed. Because he used to proc anytime any card boosted. It wasn't just during your turn. It was... So any points that like Brewer got, Kahir would get. Any, like if you thrived anything, like all your points are my points. It was basically opponent was not allowed to gain points. Or all boosts were invalidated. It's so weird. I think OK was hilarious when NR Knights were implemented. Yeah, I can see that. The Ranishik's gonna get a lot of points, and Rainforn has to be played front. So there's Sangreal with Kahir, and then... Is it ever correct to heatwave your own Mahakam Defender? Does anybody know? Because it's 20 points on the Bouclair, right? On the deploy. And then Rainfarn would be 20 less points as well. I think it would be correct. But I don't see Ranishik like making that decision.
Quick and painful.
Yeah. Now it's not. Now it's... I mean, 116 to 65, you look at this and you think you're okay. But you're not okay, are you? Okay, what's the correct heatwave target? Is it the 28-point cow? It's kind of funny that this wasn't a night challenger, but I guess with Kahir gone, it wouldn't have been points anyway. Do you heatwave the 28-point cow or do you heatwave the Bouclair? You heatwave the cow, right? Everybody would heatwave the cow. $28 holy cow. Yes. The boppest cow in the history of cow. Allergic to spores, though. Okay. So Kilgore needs 70 or 68 points. That's 33 and then a click and then... Ends up being a 7-point game with 1 turn of vitality left, too. Damn. I wonder if Saving Roderick would have won the game for Kilgore. So Ranishik advances to the next round. We know which one Jermaine's been feeding. True. Alright, so do you guys want to watch Beetlegruff versus Ranishik or Cintrian versus Schwarz Necessary? Type 1 or 2 for which game you want to see. You trolled round 3? It was pretty close. I see a bunch of... Okay, everybody just wants to see Cintrian's decks. There's one way to win the crowd, is to bring Tatterwing. If I learned anything from Cintrian and Skiko's following. How did the select do? It lost to Tatterwing Syndicate. Sihil Warriors lost to Tatterwing Syndicate in round 1. I know. It was tragic. Sihil got it, man. I wish they had kept the old Sihil. It was fine. Like, at most it needed a provision there for something. Capping it at 3 was just gutting the whole... It's not even worth the 12 provision or whatever that it is now. This song though, what a jam. Okay, so we are gonna watch Was Necessary versus Sintrian. It seems chat has voted. So let's take a look at Schwaz's decks. Another challenger steps up to the plate. Can they defeat the might of Tatooine SY? So there's Ragnarok, Fein Death, Elves. With Etruo Malega, Aileron, Yavin, Isengrim, Elias, Angus Bree-Cree. Bunch of standard stuff down here. And a Maxi for good measure. And Curse Scroll. And Oniromancy. Okay. Renfrey Blades of Glory. We're familiar with this deck. They use Darren to put Iris down at the bottom. Boost everything. And then play a bunch of high base power cards. And play Renfrey. But there's also Seagulls now. There's the off the books Firesworn deck. Powerful bronze combos with Keeper of the Flame. Can put out a robust amount of points in round one because of King of Beggars and Shady Vendors and Salamage. Then the combo usually is Siggy into like Salamage and
Man of the
Keeper,
East.
but sometimes you
Hi,
can play
Mosh,
Jock
Mosh.
or Juju if you missed them. It's a tutor slash Man of the East. Thank you for 26 months. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm a little paranoid. I want to make sure I started the round. I did. And I am observer. I am. The other way that, the other thing to note about this deck is you can play Gregory or Siggy to win a round. Right? So if your opponent's contesting round one and you have one of these two, you can use it. And that usually ends the round. Very hard to fight.
People like me.
Thanks for the follow, Carmanian. Disgusting net deck versus disgust net deck in a weekly tournament that doesn't even have any reward. Good to see people are capable of having fun. Bro, are you even watching? I mean, I know you that's just your thing. Well, we literally watched Ranoshik, right? Play against Kilgore. And this is the deck that Kilgore was playing. This is the literally last game that was on stream just now. This isn't a net deck of anything. Have you ever seen Germain Piquant, Kahir Renew with selective mutation? Like, what are you talking about? And then in the semifinals, Sintrian is playing against Double Snare Elves. These are, I guess, standard decks, right? But he's playing Hatterwing Syndicate, Gascon Bandits, Shoop Flaminica. Like, this is Gascon Bandits reveal. This is Shoop Flaminica Echo cards. This is Tatooine SY. This is Dwarves Constructs Precisions. What are you talking about? What net deck? These what? I said Lyris yesterday. Let's make a website with every single legal deck you can make, so we can call everyone net decker. That's a good, yeah, that's a good point. The full tilt says you brighten up my day. Yeah. I can't say I've never seen someone run selective mutation in Tucson until today. So the players are doing their bans. Who was necessary versus Syncrean? I don't have the faintest clue what to ban here. Any thoughts, chat? This is the Borderlands 4 soundtrack? Oh, thank you. I'm just coping with NG players ruining my game experience every day, playing net decks in the most coolest way possible, but still beating me. Screw NG has been called. We have a command for that. Yes, we do.
Fuck you, need of garbage.
There you go. No, garbage has been called. There is a cooldown on it though, so people can't spam it. In the worlds of Gwent World Champion, F you, Nilf Garbage. Imagine explaining it to someone unironically using the word net deck. Yo. No, we love depression. Like, we love him like, you left a piece of food outside, alright, and like, you forgot about it, and some like fungus started growing on it, and some insects have like picked at the bones and stuff. And it was left out in the rain, and now it's just like a carcass of bones and moss and like green growth, and like you just every time you see it, you're like, oh, what's up with you? Cool. Interesting. And then like you just wonder what it's gonna look like next time you see it, you know? It's like a life form that tells you which way the sun is shining from, because it's on the other side. Double scenario got banned. Yeah. And Tatooine got banned. Oh no. Tragic tragedy. Didn't Miyamoto win Masters with Master of Puppets? I mean, it's Masters is in the word, like Master is in the, obviously. Hey, furry. Did I flashbang you? Anything with net decking, by the way? Yeah, I don't think... What? I don't think... What, game cancelled? Okay. We wait for new invite. Too many tabs open. Sorry, guys. There has never been anything wrong with net decking. You could say there's something wrong with meta slaving. Like playing a boring defensive deck that that who's, oh wow. So let me reset the series. Yeah, so like, okay, there's two things. There's net decking, which is someone else makes a deck and you play that deck. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's a great way to learn off-meta stuff. Is like, instead of trying your own hand and making Golden Necker Firesworn work, play what Echo Tianich made, or what like Imagawa made, or whatever. And you start with that and you learn it, and then if you want to like make your own version, you can. But when you net deck from a good player, when you lose, you know that it's probably how you piloted it and not necessarily the deck, right? But whereas when you make a deck and you lose, you don't know if it's because you made a mistake or the deck is bad. And it's hard for you to evaluate things when too many factors are at play. Now, if you're trying to play something like interesting or interactive or like synergy based, and your opponent is not doing that, and all they're doing is playing a deck that stops you from doing stuff, yeah, that can be unfun, right? You feel like you don't get to play the game. Losing to like attack helicopter decks that play like Witcher Trio for their point slam, and they always like smork in round one, isn't a lot of fun. Like, I think it's a valid thing to be frustrated with that. Can't stand the fact that I'm losing against a guy who makes rank 20 mistakes, like playing a Chicago and didn't need to. Honestly, if that's happening, a lot of times that means either your deck has some big flaws or you're making mistakes. Now, sometimes opponent play like Baboon and opponents still win, and that's just the nature of the game, right? If Baboons didn't have a chance at beating a better player, the Baboons would never play. It's why chess is less fun than like backgammon or poker. Complaining it. Be nice, guys. Don't bully. If I'm bullying, you guys need to be nice. And I've decided to bully. What's this image here? Oh my god. Okay.
Just great.
Like, it's hard to make a deck that functions. It's even harder to make a deck that functions and does well. And even if you do, sometimes you may be playing a good deck, even if you built it yourself. And you may be piloting it well, but you just may be getting unlucky with matchups. Or with RNG in the game. And all those can be reasons why you don't perform well. Centurion opens with Dwarven Agitator, and she was necessary, just plays the Van Morlam Hunter front row. And doesn't lock. Gives it a bleed. Some times of the day, some ranks, like, you just don't have fun games. I've had that happen to me. I can understand it. But let's talk about this game. Centurion Lion versus Schwas Necessary in the semifinals of weekly number 102. This is game number 1. Schwas Necessary has 2-0'd everyone they met, so has Centurion. So this is going to determine who goes into the finals. Centurion's playing their Precision Strike Dwarf deck, Toxic Streamer. As we can see, the net decking brain dead gameplay of Mahawk and Volunteers. I have a Dwarf on the board, and I play Dwarf, and I thin, and I have 8 for 4, and also thin, so it's really like a 12 for 4, or 17 for 4, or whatever you want to call it. But 21-9 from Blue Coin. And Aristocrats really don't stand a chance in this situation. Looks like we're just going to see a Servant get played. Schwas signaling that they just want to play 3 cards and pass. What will Centurion do? Centurion probably plays either a Miner or a Dwarven. Oh, Dave is here. Now I can be toxic. Hello, Mr. Have an entire stream denigrating the good citizens of the state of Colorado, making fun of the fact that they're the Centennial State. Who do you think you are? I don't do a stream about some village in Portugal and how high their altitude is, and make jokes about how they must all be smoking weed. You think drug use is funny, sir? I don't know why. Like, no one else gets this. Like, no one else knows the context. Your internet went to shit. I had to cancel the rest of it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Dave was doing a stream where he was learning about Colorado. It was great. There's a video game I've been thinking about playing called Pacific Drive, where you like role play as a bunch of Americans who are trying to travel north to escape to Canada during some like post-apocalyptic thing. I think you would enjoy that if you haven't seen it. She said it's good. Yeah, it's on my wish list. It was on sale, and then I was like, if I buy it, am I gonna play it this week? I don't know. It's Pacific Drive, right, Dave? It's like a story kind of adventure. Like, you have encounters. You're hitchhiking. You play as a bunch of hitchhikers who are trying to escape north, and you meet different characters.
Feels like a
Pacific.
passing day.
With more keys after I bought it. Wow. Heck, yeah, I mean, you could do giveaways. So, what's going to happen in this game is Century Lion's going to try and bleed, I think. And have a short round, because you don't want to give a long round to Aristocrats. The problem, of course, is Aristocrats have a good short round with Joachim. I don't really know what the plan is. This deck, however, does have a decent amount of control, right? It has a lock, it has an Eskel, there's a Frenzied Dow that can remove 2 4-power engines. There's this Colossal Ifrit that can damage 3 cards. There's this thing that can do a lot of damage. So, all these constructs, plus Precision Strike, plus Sentinels, could make for a very explosive amount of damage. What I'm keen to see is whether Centurion will play Frenzied Dow this round to thin, or not, because this deck currently has 4 bricks in deck and 3 golds that he wants to draw. 4, really.
Or Nightshade.
Living Armor nerf mattering? How so? Oh, boosted Alchemist by only... Oh, okay. I totally missed that. Alchemist on Living Armor. That's tragic. Because, like, there's other... I mean... I don't know. Going Alchemist was kind of troll, wasn't it? I suppose the other options were worse. Drops has so many buffs, yeah. Because, like, Zoltan Chive got buffed. Zoltan Scoundrel got buffed. Philavandrel got buffed.
No need to get angry and stuff.
The Leader got buffed. Dwarven Agitator got buffed. Like, for no reason, by the way. Like, maybe Chive you could justify it, but I don't think it was needed. I don't think carryover resilience needed buffs in a red coin abuse deck. Like, so Frenzy Dow is used to answer Rosa, even though it was overkill by 2 points. Stop complaining. Can't EV pause for 5 seconds. Sheesh.
The North shall tuck tail and beg for mercy.
So here comes Schwaz is actually going to commit Emir into Pikeman. Artfane is on the board as well. And now Centurion, if he wants to keep playing, we'll have to find a way to deal with this. I can see a line where you play Dwarven Skirmisher and then you play Primordial Dow the next turn. Like you play Dwarven Skirmisher and you leader this once. Okay, it's going to be Zoltan instead. And we're going to have full leader to take care of Emir. So the... No?
They cannot see us.
Now this did get spying. But it's 44 to 2 points now. It's going to be kind of hard for Schwaz to come back.
These I invade. These I sign a treaty with.
Especially without Joachim. Is there anything? Decree. They can steal Decree with Kanta and play Joachim from Decree. But Centurion passed 42 to 8. Oof. How many city blocks plus Bather in Hot Spring per provision can you please? I think Depression's just an AI. This is 14 points, plus whatever Artfane gives. Yeah. Schwaz is in a really tough spot. Best case scenario, he has to go down 2 cards. And he's roping. Oh my god, this is terrible.
Humans above, beasts below. Don't know which is worse.
Okay, that was a play.
Your continued
It's not a
struggle
dwarf,
has
so
grown
it didn't get...
abusive.
Oh no. And he's losing 2 points next turn as well. So Vincent's gonna have to be used.
Less space is necessary for one's health.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, yeah. Marauder is the 4P bronze that boosts by the amount of armor something has. That was tragic. Understandable, because being bled is stressful. You have to calculate how many points you need to get in 2 cards, and there's a lot of options. I think the play was what I said. Put Decree back, Kanta for Joachim. You probably were losing that game either way. Centurion's deck just had too much control and too much tempo. Yeah, Centurion's Centurion's lineup is nasty. Probably stressful when you know people watching. Yeah. I think that situation is stressful Even if people aren't watching, but yeah. It probably doesn't help. Yes, I'm watching. I was stressed while watching, so that's how you never joined it, but you thought about it. It's not that bad. It gets a lot easier if you once you've done it a few times. Like it's a lot less stressful. Plus, like the odds of you getting broadcast is low, right? There's so many games happening. Shit on you when you misplay. Just don't misplay, Eurosmeister. What do you mean? Just don't ever misplay. Just be the #1 player in the world and easy. You make me feel like I'm reading Reddit. I think he's a bot. Like, I think he's... Because at first he was talking about... I mean, he's not really a bot, I know. But, like, at first he was, like, complaining about net deckers and how he can't enjoy the game. And now he's talking about how he refused to go to pro rank and he's actually doing the gatekeeping and he has 60% win rate. Which is it? Are you, like, getting clowned on by NG or are you the clown, right? Like, you can't... You'll just clone Miamon and have him play for you? Some of mashed potato. All right. Here we go. Potato is here. Behold, esports patat. Casting game 2 of Sidrian versus Schwarz necessary. This time Schwarz has blue coins. Sidrian is playing Gascon reveal the battle stations. In 75 years of casting esports gaming, esportsing as a potato, I have never once in my entire life seen reveal Gascon Nilfgaard played in a tournament in the semifinals on a Sunday during the month of September. We have Darren immediately put something in the graveyard, banished, buffed the whole deck. Response, battle stations. Response, neutral cards. Roach, Iron Falcon Juggler, and now a Highwayman is out. But there's only one. Just like a Highlander, a Highwayman, the other one is in hand. We have Darren over here bleeding, holding his head, crying, dying, and bleeding. He's not in good shape. We got Mask of Ouroboros giving scary looking faces. Here, I'll show you. Look at those eyes. One more time. They glow. With God of War music? Yes, that's on purpose. Sorry, YouTube. The MCA won't let me play music for you. But it contains crows. Okay, it's on fire and there's crows. And then on the other side, a Brockmore warrior removed some armor from something, but who cares? Because Highwayman is back out again. Are we gonna see a raging bear? Will the bear rage? Or will we see another Brockmore warrior? We do. Will it be... Yep. Bonded is gone. Iron Falcon Juggler is gone. There's only one now, which means this is a 1 point a turn engine as opposed to 2 point a turn engine. The order is refreshed anytime a bonded card is played. We see Streza Spala put Vilgefortz back in the deck and they draw Illusionist. There's still a War Council in hand. And a Swears. Swears can steal a 3 and then it would be 11 for 7. But there's no 3s on the board, there's only 2s. Schwarzenegger does have Mask and Skirmisher in hand, but didn't draw Berna or Coral. Wait, did they draw Coral? Is there Coral in this deck? There's no Coral in this deck, there's just Berna.
Nothing like some overseas plundering in springtime.
But they did have a Scald, so suddenly a bunch of points come out. 19 to 16. Toxic Streamer. Oh, yes. And now we have Point Slam against Point Slam. In the height of Point Slammage, we have Battle Stations versus Blaze of Boring. I have a cat attacking me. Roach is nowhere to be found. He's on top of a roof. We got chat talking about because my opponent either played Clog or Mill with Quacks, I'm complaining about my opponents trying to win in a card game by being unfair when all I do is play Devotion Shiru, because somehow that makes me based. We have Strays of Spala coming out and getting points because bonded. And now Gascon is very large. And by very large, I mean kind of large. And by kind of large, I mean he's 8 power. Still nothing to sneeze at though, because once these other bonded cards have been played, Gascon will in fact grow. He's a grower, not a shower. But on the other side, we have Bear Witchers in hand. Schwarzenegger is struggling with tempo though, like 32 to 20, and they're losing on even with a deck that's not really supposed to lose on even. Leader for Morkvarg will be 7 plus 6 points, that's 13. And the Hjalmar will also be like 5 plus 8, 13 points. Yes, Kitty? You hungry? Okay. You all can just watch this masterpiece, you know, develop. I gotta go feed my cat.
And the best kept on a short
Yes, potatoes can have pets.
They used to call me Shrike. Wanna know why?
We're back. Somehow she was necessarily found some points. I see a Morkvarg on the board. Leader was used. Renfrey was played. Damage all with cooldown 8. Okay, now I see how he came back. So he didn't play Hjalmar, instead he played Renfrey. Makes sense. And turned his leader into a bit of carryover, I guess. Pintrian has 2 lock charges, but there's no lock targets in this deck, so this is just a 6-point leader. Not great. Potato is back.
Away from my wares!
Caravan Vanguard. Does this deck also have Betsy? It does. But in terms of bonded cards, all that's left is Illusionist and Cutthroat in terms of things that have a deploy. Doragary comes down and locks a Vanguard. What? Oh, yeah, right. Renfrey pinged this by 1. Cintrian now, if he wants to keep playing, I don't think he wants to play an Illusionist. Obviously, Highwayman's a brick. And Schwartz knows this. He knows the opponent has at least 1 brick in hand because only 1 Highwayman came out.
I love my job, I love it.
Is this Hjalmar? This looks like Hjalmar. So the second Cutthroat was played from War Council. That's nice because it procs Gascon, which is now 14 power. Okay, Gascon is definitely a grower. We all know the most base Witcher character is Isengrim. Is Isengrim a Witcher? He's an elf. Battle prep. So Sindrian's like pulling out all the stops. Wait. Oh, and he he didn't use War Council, the battle prep on the Illusionist because he wanted to deny Geralt. So it ends up being 38 to 39. Schwartz could have just played Geralt. He knew the last card was a 1. But instead he takes the loss on even. Or he should have known the last card was a 1. And now Centurion is in a commanding position, having 1 on even. Yeah, I knew yours. I was trolling. Sorry. And Centurion's gonna bleed. He's gonna play Iron Falcon Infantry.
Hey, listen here. Listen well.
Scald on the front row was enough to get ahead. Okay. One-Eyed Betsy is drawn. And both golds put back in the deck. Since there's only 5 cards left in the deck, 4 now. Centurion knows he's going to redraw those golds. We see Gwent get played. Gonna hit the...
I'll cleave you in two.
Okay. This Geralt is just not looking pretty. Centurion's calculating if he can get ahead with Illusionist. So that's 5 points. Plus 6 is 11. It's not... One-Eyed Betsy... He would have liked to click. I think hitting... Yeah. There's no way Centurion can get ahead. No, he can play Illusionist again. So it's 6 points? Plus 6, 12? That's still not enough. That's just 28. 28 and 2, 30. Yeah. Squirrel. Not the card you want to see. Fukusia is still in deck. Okay, no, just keep the seagulls.
We shall do it my way.
Discard both seagulls. Will this Geralt get value this game? That's the question everybody wants to know.
Have you ever laid eyes on a deception of such grandeur?
I missed the Hypecaster. Okay, Garth, I'm gonna refund you. I didn't see it. But I might have done it. Accidentally.
What are you gonna do?
Fukusia into Bear Witcher and kills 2 things. Burge come out. Is Centurion in trouble? He has to play Zarth. No. He doesn't want to play Vilgefortz, but I think he kind of...
Because seagull, 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 seagull. So stupid.
Yeah, he has to play Vilgefortz first.
Stars reflected in a pond for the night sky.
So now Yuta can be played.
May Freya choose the victor.
And whatever Yen boosts, Geralt will kill. Has to be played Range Row as well. Is it... I think it's better to play Yen first, yeah.
There'll be nothing
Wait,
to
what?
pick up when I'm done with you.
Okay, that makes actually the most sense. Just playing Yen melee row to deny Geralt value. This Geralt was the saddest Geralt in the history of Geralts. And That's 25 points for Centurion. Easy win. But like easily losable. Wow. Oh my god. There, Centurion advances to the finals. 2-0 in another series. That's not what I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. And non-potato is back. Get wrecked, chat. Okay, so Ranoshik versus Beetlegruff are in their game 3. I don't think I can catch that game. Yeah, that's 6 minutes ago. So we got a few minutes. See if I can play an ad so we don't get one in the middle of the game. Rank 2. That Gascon was 20 points, huh? Kind of crazy. Oh, your streak got reset? Summon mashed potato? The potato stains? Alright. You guys are gonna see a new Tato. New Tato, never before seen Tato. What? What is this invisible Tato? Okay. It doesn't work. Because of the green screen thing. No! No! This Tato is not gonna work. Different Tato, different Tato. Too soon? Huge Tato. Too soon. Too soon. Alright, the smartest Tato of all time. Cute scientist Tato. Let's go. Oh, but that is awesome. Gay Tato, yes. Unreal Engine 4 hair ass potato, yes. White. When this Tato misplays are illegal. Anime protagonist hair. What? My hair is shiny. This is the best potato hair right here. Johnny Bravo Tato, yeah. So, Centurion's gonna have to play against the winner of Ranoshik versus Beetlegruff. And then we're gonna watch the finals here in a second. Sultan! Forgot to unsub.
Hull 1 Sultan 1. I forgot to unsub.
Man, you always forget to unsub on my channel only. That is. Thank you for the tier 1 and 19 months of support. Appreciate it. May you one day be as handsome as beautiful as me. Potato? No, this is not the girl potato. We have a girl potato. It's just like old rocker hair. This is the girl potato. You can tell because of the little hearts. There's also this girl potato with the curly hair. But you gotta pay extra for that one. GTA looks like a toxic type. She could be. NVIDIA Hairworks type hair. At least it's not blurry and flying all over the place like in Expedition 33. I can't watch a single cutscene without being distracted by their hair. Gotta check out YouTube. YouTube, you guys doing good? Still alive over there? Sorry for the wait. We're waiting. But the finals will be soon. And I'm very hungry. I should use this opportunity to get a snack. BRB. Vincent Pulp Fiction Tato. Yeah, Chubby. More like PooTube, am I right? No, don't be mean to YouTube. No commercials over here. Yes, very nice. See? Yeah, I'm only I mean, YouTube manages ads on their own. I don't really control those. But if you have premium, then you don't get any ads on YouTube. Which I recommend. Premium is good value because you get no ads on YouTube and you get YouTube Music. So shout out to Sultan for the sub, Man of the East, Mirak, and Fleggy for the 50 bits. Also welcome in Armenian, Vinci PL. Welcome, thank you for the follows. Appreciate you guys. Oh, let's go. So the final is going to be Beetle Gruff versus Pintry Lion. We have a deck review from Sky Galleria. I suppose I could do that real quick. Since you were in the tournament. So this is the deck review. Shield Wall, Siege, Kimbolt, Cultist. Hang on. Wait a second. Ireland? Is this for real? Rakenborg? There's Secret Service. Siege unit. Siege unit, siege unit, siege unit. Well, what's the... Ireland is to retrieve the boost that Dandelion put on something? But there's a fault. So Drakenborg can pull like a Dandelion or whatever, and then Secret Service as well, and Secret Service will will purify, right? So the Drakenburger makes sense for Dandelion, for Meave, for Kimbolt or Folt. Well, maybe not for Kimbolt, but for like Foltist. But I guess what's the Foltist for? There's no commandos. Like I can wrap my head around most of this deck, except the Foltist Erland. Erland, okay, you can boost everything. I see. So Foltist puts cards in the deck so that Erland gets a big fat chonky boost. We have no tutors for Siege. How do we draw? Does Foltist put cards at the bottom of the deck? Yes, it's bottom. Okay. I mean, between Secret Service and Shield Wall. Huh. Really? Because you put a bunch of units in the deck, yeah. You can also put release Redain Secret Service down there, yeah. And then Shield Wall will pull them back out. It's an interesting way to do Meave Swarm. Man. Kimbolt decks are hard to play already. And then this one has like 2 extra levels to it. I would recommend this deck to someone looking to explore unconventional. Like, your opponent will have no freaking idea what you're playing. Looking to lose? I mean, I don't know. Sky Gallery gets farther in tournaments, in our tournament, than most of you, so I wouldn't just dismiss it. Lario will steal this for sure. This does feel like a Lario deck, doesn't it? Ignoring pings. Read chat is for onagers. What's for onagers? Foltist Kimbolt? You make extra onagers? But then how do you pull them out? What do you... That makes no sense. It's not like you have AA or... You pull them out with Kimbolt. Yeah, but that's once a turn. I see. I'm sorry. All right, this deck. I thought it was going to be a straightforward deck review. This is. We're gonna park this for later. Okay, so Beetlegruff versus Cintrian. Beetlegruff's movement deck was banned, and Cintrian's Tattooing deck was banned. So we got Bandit Gascon, Shoop Flaminica, Precision Strike Dwarves versus Golden Necrotome Vamps, Double Cross Shoop, and Mobilization, which I believe I was really rooting for Shuaz, but we didn't even get to see their Fire Sword. There's a prediction, guys. If you want to bet on the game outcome. Gamba, Gamba, Gamba. So we got Siege AA. Oh, this is the Mutagenerator double Vernon deck. So Cintrian's gonna open from Blue Coin with the Arendite Cube Flaminica deck. And Beetlegruff has picked Double Cross. And doesn't have Calvit in hand yet. Oh, this is come on. No Calvit. And there's no Ward Council. It's just Truffle. Oh. So normally Beetlegruff, like something I noticed in a lot of their in the past is I would notice they would have decks that like really don't mind losing round one. But in this matchup, Cintrian's deck really wants to win round one, right?
I'll do what I can.
They're opening with Triss. They grab Redea. And they grab Flaminica. And they're gonna put back a Beast. Yeah, here comes Van Morlehem just for 5 tempo. Red Sword on this might be useful because there's a Brothans and a Vigo, but there's also a Purify. So maybe not. Cintrian's just gonna go ahead and play Shoop for 14 tempo. And he can play Red Sword as well. And then he can play Lippy. Right. Well, not anymore. He can't play Red Sword now. Score is 21-12. What does Cintrian play here? Doesn't want to play Redea. He'd just play Arendite. It's like a non-card card, but opponent's not playing anything either, so... But Beetlegruff could play Squirrel on this shoot. They might be saving it for Compass. But then again, Vigo can also play Squirrel. How many bronzes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. But there is Rune Mage, but right now Vigo's not a high chance to get. Okay, so Cintrian just plays Piggy. It's more tempo than Arendite. It makes sense. You keep using the wrong pronoun, I think. Okay, so Beetle plays Brothans into Emissary. Just trying to deny Red Sword value, it seems. I'm guessing that's the idea. But Brothans round 1 means Beetle is contesting the round. there's Erendite. It's growing. That's 4. It's a tempting squirrel. Are we gonna see this Vigo? Okay, so it's gonna be Vigo into squirrel
If not an illusion.
on the Erendite, I assume. And gets ahead. But Red Sword on Vigo is pretty valuable. It was an instant.
The stars contend you shall be victorious today.
Beetle is staying ahead. Erendite is gone. I think Centurion wants to Lippy. Yeah, can Centurion Lippy now? Technically, without Erendite, can't, right? He has to Compass first, I think. No, Compass would ruin Lippy. Okay. There's Seagull, and he killed something so it doesn't pollute the graveyard with extra seagulls. And Emissary is in the graveyard now. That's what he killed. But then Remedy is gonna grab Emissary.
A shame I have no time.
And now Beetle is ahead by 2 points. Can you use Engai 3 times? Yes. If you Fukusia... Or no, yes. I mean, you just can't. You use it 3 times. But I don't believe it's gonna have 2... What's tournaments? My tournament? I think it's Beetlegrove. Graham didn't play in that many of them. I think that's what Playthrough comment is about the community tournaments. But we'd have to go back and look through them, I guess.
Time for some
Okay, so there's fine. We see the Lippy now, which gets the Morkvarg. Beetlegrove gets ahead with Heatwave. Illusionist would be 7. Bribery. Redea is still the most points. Oh, right. Beetlegrove's deck is also a Shoop deck. I forgot. So Bribery into Redea for 14, now 16 points. Gets ahead 51 to 42. Centurion is in trouble now. I mean, he can play Compass, I guess. For what? For Legendary? He can play his own Redea as well. Go back up and do it. So I was thinking like maybe ChatGPT or something can do it. Like one of these like agentic things, like log into your account and make a spreadsheet. I'm waiting for the technology to arrive. So Beetlegrove leaders, finds the other Redea.
To feel there is nothing.
And also, what did Beetlegrove squirrel?
The mysteries of this world. Boundless there.
What was the second squirrel target? It was Shoop. Shoop is in here. Compass. Oh, so Compass was played for tier, right? On Brothans. And Beetle played the squirrel to answer it. That's pretty big. Beetle's obviously saving Heatwave for Flaminica. The problem is, I don't think Truffle gets there. Truffle is 6 points. No, but there's bleeding here. Truffle gets there. Yeah. Truffle into Illusionist into Bear. The one with the order, and then you click and you apply the bleed. Savage Bear, there it is.
Watch close.
And the Sentry drops a Flamingo and it's gonna get Heat Wave. Oh. Well played by Beetlegruff. What are they? Is Beetle just making Sentry and think that he has it? Is this psychological warfare for the best of 5? Rip camera, rip death. Oh, sorry, it's Sentry's then. Sentry's deciding if he should lead her or not, and he was thinking about. So he. Wait a second. This is a. No, there's a truffle click. Yeah. So Sentry exchanged the leader charge for the by like using one leader forced the truffle click. Because that was 8 points. It would have been tied otherwise. We gotta remember, Beetle still hasn't drawn Calvite! Wait, there is no Calvite in the deck. What am I saying? Oh no, yeah there is. It's right there. Okay. It just, they drew it in the second it took for me to click there. So there's Red Sword into Vigo. And this is, technically, this same Red Sword into Vigo will be back next turn. Not the greatest bronze. I guess actually it doesn't matter. And this Delirium is the second time as well. Beetle could get ahead, so they did get ahead. They know they're trading up. So Sentry's gonna play Shoot Resilience, I assume. Oh, doesn't find it! And can't play hand buff, so it's just gonna be damage 4 probably. Rip.
You beat these smear Gwent cards.
Shall we just break that? So Beetle now has a 2-card advantage. Centurion has Red Sword plus Delirium. I mean, Beetle can just play Shoop Yoink now. Or Shoop Destroy. Doesn't find Yoink, but does find Shoop 13. Last Shoop plays for 12 points. It will get Red Sworded into Vigo. It doesn't. It's a, and the leader is irrelevant. So Beetle just has to beat 4. Okay, so Beetles wins game number 1. Finally, we see someone deal with this Flaminica deck. That was a crazy round 1. That round 1 was insane. Oh my god. Yeah, without Calvite, by the way. And I mean that part worked out. Right? Because they played Calvite round 2 and then they had Golds round 3. 143,000 Tobeans went to the winners. We had 77,000 points on Beetle and 66,666 points on Centurion Lion. That's crazy. Crazy money exchanging hands. This is one time I wish I had the Rage Bait emote that Sam has. Yeah, the Heat Wave was clutch. The Heat Wave was key, rather. Having it. But like holding it. Holding it the whole time. patience. Fleur Dog, that was you. You bet the 66,000. You know what, Eva? Oh, please don't. Sultan, no. No. I prefer not speak. Okay, so game 2. This time,
I know you're in trouble. I can help.
this time Beetle Gruff is on blue coin playing vampire. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. This is. I didn't realize this deck had Self Eaters in it. What? It's a vampire relic necrotome hybrid. Okay. Somebody cooked. Cintrian mulligans knickers and still has 2 sentinels in hand. But Cintrian's hand, I know there's 2 bricks, but it's very playable still. Beetle has Operator and Flatters in hand, so probably just going to see Operator Flatter with Leader as the opener. And Cintrian hasn't played Construct yet, so it's not like he can just play Frenzy Doubt to answer this Flutter. But this Flutter is worth, well, you also don't want a Heat Wave necessarily because you want to Heat Wave the Necrotome. Thanks, Mastigos. Wait, what? Since when did we add? Oh, it's, yeah, I added it. Guys, stop. YouTube is watching. I can't take you anywhere. I have to hide the chat now. You're embarrassing me, guys. In front of YouTube. Where the grown-ups are. Stop it. Oh my god. So here comes the Dow now to answer the second letter. And the first letter will be potentially Heatwave. Beetlegruff can play Piggy now. They do have Sabbath. And Knickers pops out. So 32 to 21. Looking pretty good for Beetlegruff so far. Now, Cintrian's deck does have a decent amount of control, so it's not necessarily scared of a long round. I got some awesome mods, Mosh. Yeah, obviously. Why do you think I went recruiting? Also, I put that emote at Sparkle as punishment for Sparkle missing two streams. So, Sparkle wants it fixed. Sparkle can show up. He turned off the chat widget. Yes, I did.
Blood! Blood!
Masty goes, oh, it says, this is a disgusting animature. I can't believe this streamer fosters such a gross Twitch community.
We're the best regiment in the whole plowing north.
You're still playing Silk Song? Crazy, Sam. Okay, so 38 to 30. Incubus is kind of dead. Unicorn is a brick. So Beetlegruff uses the chance to pass up 10 points. It's actually not easy for Cintrian to make 10 points. Cintrian has 2 points behind from this. So he needs 9 points. He has to play Primordial Dow here. Or use leader charges. Careful, you'll... Oh my god. Sultan is in YouTube now. I can't. I can put the user in timeout. There it is. Oh, but it stays in the widget. Oh my god. You guys are disrespecting the finals. Alright, Beetleguff has unicorns in hand, has Incubus. Are we gonna see a bleed? Or is it better to go long route? Wait, no, sorry, Beetleguff lost round. Okay, so Centurion is gonna bleed. Opens with a minor. I expect we're gonna see Necrorat, yep. And this is the first Necrorat that's played, so it's something that Beetleguff wanted to get in the graveyard anyway. The later Necrotome has a target. This deck also doesn't have a lot of thinning compared to most. Like, it does have Knickers and Decree and Musicians. That's 3, and then Golden, and then Unicorns is 4. Golden Knickers. Okay, never mind. It does have a lot of thinning. But it's very possible to miss, I guess, Golden Necker with this deck. Beetleguff didn't. Skirmisher comes down to answer the Necrorat.
Share the night.
Incubus. Water Flatter. And a Leader Charge. Gets the Flatter to 7. Colossal Ifrit is currently at 3. Leader is 3. This is 3. Centurion could lock this Flutter and just float the order. But we see instead Enraged Ifrit come down and just answer the Flutter in one shot. So what Centurion's doing is what you want to do against Necrodome decks. You want to win round 1 and you want to make things as awkward as possible for them. Well, Beetle has Unicorns in their pocket. There's also this Colossal Ifrit where lock... I mean, if you play Aguara now, which they do, this Ifrit will then have to be answered by Unicorns. So, makes things a little bit complicated. And this is where Centurion is going to pounce. He plays Zoltan for a lot of tempo, and even boosts it with a minor. Is Beetleguff gonna be forced to play a selfie, the last Flutter here? No, it's just Golden Necker. Wow, okay. Didn't see that coming, but it makes sense. And with the last Leader Charge, Beetleguff does get ahead. What do you do as Centurion here? This is 5 plus 12. This is 17 points. Okay, so Centurion will pass. He has one less card, but he did get the Necrotome Golden Necker combo out. There's Crones. How big is the Self-Eater in the graveyard? 5. Centurion draws the Eskel. That's kind of huge. Beetle just wants the Crones. Looking for point slam cards.
Satisfaction guaranteed.
should be self-eater. Yeah.
Once I the thing, no yell at the dinner table. It's rude.
Flutters don't do much anymore because there's no bleed giving. But why do we keep this flutter then? I suppose. Yeah. Like the widgets, it shows bot players' comments. Yeah.
Neath the ground rest countless riches and corpses. They say you are what you eat.
So this colossal effort can come down now and answer both these self-eaters, right? Yeah, that's what Centrion's gonna do. Could argue splitting was a mistake there. You should split and play unicorns. No, this was at 5. There was no saving the self-eaters. This deck doesn't have any relics, does it? Does not. So. Oh, the miner boost the colossal Ifrit. I didn't see that coming. I thought it was gonna be easily removed by unicorns, but Beetleguff does use Wispus to get it to 3 power, and now the unicorns can take care of it. He has one more turn to wait as well. But he plays the unicorn. Wait. Wait. No, 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 no. Isn't that... I mean... If you think this is going to be tall punish no matter what, I guess it won't matter, but... He did it the wrong... They did it the wrong order. The Big Guff plays the Chromes out of order. Look, they were playing against this card, okay? You can't...
They'll not leave here alive.
I don't know why Centrion felt they needed to lead it. I guess to prevent, like, Consumes from denying it. Is Beetleguff gonna have enough points? I don't think so. This is 13 points, right? This is 6. Yeah, Sindri's gonna win it, even though they're down a card. Wait. Wait, wait, no, 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 no! No, Beetle bid by 1 point! 25. I forgot about the bleed. 26 to 25. So Beetle is now up 2-0 against Centrion. Centrion on the ropes. No Tatterwing to fall back on. So, but now Beetle has to win with mobilization. One of the next 3 games. Centrion can pick whatever deck they want. Can mobilization mutagen beat all 3 of these, or one of these 3 decks? And which one is it gonna be? Let's go bet. Laggy! Oh, I can't protect you from full tilt. I can't. Poor Fleur Dog. So Shiver's Call gets and Scruff McBeetle Gruff and the Cowardly Lion. I see. You really voodoo fan, Leggy. I understand. I get it. But you can't ban Nightbot, so can you? Don't. We'll come back, Leggy. Alright, so game 3. Beetle playing Mobilization, and Cintrian's gonna try the Shoop Bominica deck again. Can you? Does sub bean multiply apply to Gamba? No. It only affects like your starting capital, but not the gains. Because the amount of Tobeans you win or lose, it like the one you win is based on what like it's a zero sum. Gamba is zero sum, and the house doesn't take a cut. So it's really like the best booking agency in the history of gambling. So here comes Cintrian. Open stress, followed by Shoop. This time, it's destroy an enemy artifact. Answers Mutagenerator with Shoop immediately. And then Beetlegruff responds by dropping Siege. So if you're wondering how to beat the Cintrian deck, Beetle is saying smork the pork round 1, slam jam your cards, and make them like something like that. I guess having 2 squirrels also helped in the previous game. But let's see how it goes here. So Cintrian's gonna play Arcane Tome into Red Sword and banishes the Reinforced Trebuchet, denying a siege engine and getting ahead so Erendite can grow. But Beetle has another siege engine in hand. The thing is, without mutagen and without scenario, can the siege deck generate enough points? Does it have a tall punish? It does. There's a heat wave. So Cintrian is trying to decide what right now. What to grab with Curse Scroll. They grabbed Compass. And then they put the rest of the deck in the graveyard, which included Delirium. The Delirium will be in hand next round, but it will have Doomed and it will be getting gold. Right? When Doomed choosing gold instead, yeah. That's a cool little nuance. Ronvid the Incessant has been played. This is good carryover card and also helps with Revenants. One, two, three. Piggy right now is 7. I don't know. Not looking great. Like, round 1's not looking great for Cintrian, is it? For Maid Bilberry's honor. Guys. Here comes Bear. And now we'll have Bombardment for 7 damage and refreshes some orders. 21 to 15. Compass into Kraken. Beetle's not behind, but they don't have a way of boosting the Kraken.
Tomorrow we sup at home.
They do have a Revenant on the board now. Erendite answers the Revenant. Eagle comes out of the graveyard. We're gonna see AA into Revenant, I assume. This Arbalest here is looking kind of sad, having not been played sooner. Okay, we're saving AA. Interesting. 10 points are pigs a lot. There's a knight, by the way. No, it's not. Giant boar is not a knight. Giant boar is just a giant beast.
I'm a won't say.
Here comes Arbalest here. Does Beetle even have reach? I guess with leader they do. So Sintrian's gonna play. What happens if Sintrian loses round one? Like, is passing really not ever an option? That's a nice Redea too, because it actually answers Lance Connects. 13 to 44. So Sintrian, after all is said and done, still wins the round. I don't know where they got the Kraken. Kraken was where they got the points. Beetle may win the series, but Shearless playing Crones out of order. What type of psycho does that? Peru. Yeah, please don't make the bets too hard to understand. Sintrian's gonna bleed with Delirium into Signal. What a card to get against NR.
For this most beautiful of maidens, I shall fight 100 duels.
Great, Beetle's just gonna lead her to get ahead. Yeah, because last day is really important in this matchup. Because of Flaminica and Heatwave. Like that's what's gonna decide things. So there's Red Sword into Trebuchet. Oh, both leaders used and the pikemen are still alive. Nope, one of them dies. Never mind. And that denies crew for the Foltest Pride, which is kind of a big deal. Gonna be Revenant? No, Lance Connects.
Long live Blood alone can my maid's honor unbesmirch.
Play it in the front, and now there's crew. Right, playing Landscape in the front means that regardless of which row you play it in, Foltest Pride was gonna have crew. Because Ron was either gonna come melee or range, so. And interestingly enough, Beetle still has Roche and hasn't played it in this round. So here comes Compass number 2, right? Is this one doomed? It's gonna be Fukusia
Sacrifices must be made on both
into Raging Bear. Lionheart, Ghost Arya, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. We are in the finals. We're actually on a potentially deciding game between Beetlegruff and Sintrian Lion. Beetlegruff had desperately tried to keep Last Say, and suddenly they don't have it anymore. This Arendite is 12 points. Sintrian keeps it and keeps Last Say. And Beetle will not be able to heat wave the Flaminica, but Flaminica's still in the deck. Was not playing Roche there a mistake? Like playing Cultist Pride? I guess Beetle didn't know what they were gonna get. Like the Roche was very
You need people like me.
very risky. There's these two Siege Masters in the deck and also Avalok. Like, they just make Roche terrible, don't they? Thanks for the follow, Saint Noir. Welcome in, welcome in.
Mary, that's what matters.
Okay, not the worst Roche.
Appearances can be deceiving.
Arendite. What? If Sentient had played Arendite, how was Beetlegruff gonna... I guess Sentient doesn't know if Beetle has Blue Dream in hand or not. But this is not dying now. And Blue Dream could have been used to steal a Flaminica because it's actually 8 provisions. But Beetlegruff had no way of doing that because Sentient just did not play. Crazy. Yo, Gosera. Yeah, it's been great. Lots of good games today as well. Okay, so Cintrian claws back into the series. Finally, Shuplippy Flaminica gets a win on the board, and now it's 2-1, and it's really anybody's series. Beetle still only needs 1 win. Cintrian has to win 2 games in a row. But Beetle's going to be playing the same deck. I mean, this time Cintrian was able to answer Mutagenerator instantly. But his other decks, I mean, Precision Strike does have a Heat Wave in it. I don't think the NG deck has Heat Wave, does it? Cintrian... If you guys want the decks, by the way, here you go. Some cool stuff in here. This was a bonded Gascon reveal deck that Cintrian brought. Currently undefeated in tournament. But it doesn't have Heat Wave. I don't see this doing great against NR. Could be wrong, of course. This can probably beat NR.
I know you're in trouble. I can help.
Oh my god, you put their names backwards? Regeltib versus Noilnertnik. Place your bets, guys. You got like 30 seconds to place your toe beads. Remember, you can't win what you don't put in the middle. Or something like that. Other people can't win your money if you don't gamble with it. I think that's how it goes. Okay. So, Blue Coin, NR Siege Mutagen versus Roche versus Mid-range Dwarves, Precision Strike. It's gonna be rough for Beetlegruff. What a gamble, can't ever understand the bet. It's just their names backwards.
I'm a more sad.
Okay, so Curse Scroll is used to get Avalock, which is going to now play Meter Generator. Centurion will probably Heatwave this immediately again. Yep. Should see a Lance Connect front row ping the armor, I think. So, Centurion has denied carryover. Now he's going to try and win on even. He does have Zoltan in hand. He has 2 constructs. And he has a bunch of, like, little damage cards. So, Berserker comes down first. And Beetle just snatches the opportunity to pass. And Centurion is going to take the tie. Calls. So Beetle was so happy to get out of the round that they took it, and Centurion said, no, actually, I want this. So Centurion gets to go first here. And usually, you know, in Gwent, last say is better. But Centurion's deck doesn't go super tall. Like, the tallest card is probably a 10. Or 11 or 12 or something like that. But, both decks have cards with order that do damage. You could argue that NR would prefer to go first. That being said, there's no answer for this scenario. So, will Beetle get some engines on the board? Beetle even has a Siege Master this time. But no Roche. Can Roche be played with AA? Yes. So Carabalista comes down. Once he support draws the Ronvid. Probably not great. And here comes Frenzy Dow. It's going to answer the Battering Ram and move the Carabalista, essentially disabling it. Although it will give an extra point on the bombardment. This Miner exists to give an armor to Dwarven Skirmisher or Zoltan Warrior, I guess.
Tomorrow we sup at home.
Beetle drops a Revenant and leaders it. That puts bodies on the board, but more importantly, it puts crew on the board, but also each of these will get points.
Sure.
Eskel answers one of them. It was really a minimum, like, it was a 12-point card, right? And now Foltest Pride with crew comes on the board. Foltest Pride middle, click here. Gonna get another Revenant. And will we see Siege Master click? Yes. So Foltest Pride will have another order next turn. Now, Centurion can answer it with like a Dwarven Skirmisher and Leader. But then this Revenant doesn't get answered. So it's kind of a choose your poison kind of situation for Centurion. Or, wait, Zoltan, click both of them. Or hit both of them. This would be at 3. Still can't answer the Revenant. Wait. Enrage Ifrit. Gonna use it to kill the Foltest Pride, I assume? Yeah. Bit overkill, but this was a 9, that was a 9. They're both 9s. But this will be easier to answer now, because all you need is 4 damage to remove it. We should see a Dwarven Skirmisher or Zoltan get played here. Interesting decision to play on the back row, though. I guess he had to, because
For this most
Sentinels could have
beautiful of
been. Eh, it
maidens,
didn't
I shall
matter.
fight a
Zoltan on the
100
back row
duels.
means there's armor for the trebuchet to hit, so... Skirmisher on the melee row hits the trebuchet. Still gonna pew pew. But I guess a Morin could kill it. Not really a good heatwave target for Beetlegrove, huh? Just a 9. Centurion, of course, has Best Boy in hand. That's a bit of a problem. Apparently, Centurion is up 11 points, but no engines. There's an engine on this side. He has to play Berserker now to get full value. Does dodge the armor. Beetlegrove has AA. Will they play AA into Roche? They will.
That's what matters.
Blue Dream is just gonna be like a skirmisher, right? Roche getting Blue Dream is kind of tragic. Yeah, but there's skirmisher.
Elven blood.
They'll not leave here alive.
Here comes Morin, removes the skirmisher. And now we should see Rivian Pikeman on the front row.
For Rivia!
And the epic finisher by Centurion. Playing Knickers as their last card. Yeah, Beetle will easily have enough points. And by easily, I mean wins by 2 points. Wow. What a series. Beetlegrove beats Centurion Lion 3-1. Centurion came in and was 2-0 every series, but finally met their match in Beetlegrove. What a great series. Thank you everyone for participating and watching. And if you like this content, drop a like on YouTube. If you're watching this there, or if you're on Twitch, I appreciate you being here, all the support. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you guys next time. Remember, this tournament is open to everybody. We play every Sunday, noon US Central Time. Welcome to join. If you have any questions, hit me up on Discord. Cheers. Yeah, if Nick